I got the streets popping, precinct been watching. The guards running out of options. I ain't dropping no dimes, hate coppers, and my mind stays uncommon. I go to war quick, fuck that big and tall shit, never forfeit. A lot of niggas around you who smile in your face and £4 you. I clash with the beast and hustle 6 days, make music on the weekend. I get the gas, killer speaking. Gun spark flash like a beacon. Spit rhymes left from weekend. Play the avant-garde teaching. Fame last, now we eating. Fame back in the stadium. Rhymes blow your mind. Fame tracks crack. All right. Peace. Is am I in here? Oh, we got quite a let me see what we got. We got 5 borough or thorough. Apparently you've been in here since 5:30. Faust Trachuras, the bar, Calm Islamly, YU, SW. Hey man, you know what's crazy? I don't know if you ever paid attention to the Jasim, the Christian. Who's that? That's Bar Kim, right? Whoa. Get this back down in size. I mean, Bar King right here, Universal 7. Did you ever watch when did you ever watch SW when we was in the class? Knowledge Born, Asiatic Mathematics, the wordsmith. You know, I was thinking myself in Asiatic Mathematics said yesterday. He said when he's outside, he likes to speak to strangers. And I was just thinking about, if you was somewhere and Asiatic Mathematics came up to you and started taking you through the etymology of words, that would be crazy. But yeah, SW, see, that's what happened. A lot of times when we was in the class, right, I was able to kind of, regulate that by cutting things off at the right time. And this is what ends up happening, when it goes unchecked. Queen Mecca, what's going on? So we back on our Tuesday. Hold on, let me check. I got this is hold on, let me try to get my screen up. I didn't put the what's the name in here for y'all too. Hold on. Or did I? Lord Just. Yeah, that's the link. That's the link today to be a part of the what's the name. We're gonna give it a little bit of time before we get started today, because the What Did I Miss crew is pretty big right now. You know, we got to do the each one teach one, hit the like button to get our people in here while I fix the screen. And you know, in the meantime, we could get it started with the land and the water. You know, this is Make It Walk and Talk for the Black Women Week. King Shy, what's going on? I didn't get a chance to check those videos that you sent me. Alberto Alamo. What's going on? Anyone? Anyone? Nobody's gonna go into the science of the land and the water. Asiatic Mathematics said I just got back from the store and was building with a dude about the 67,000 miles per hour that Earth orbits the sun, but he was acting funny with his mask on. Brought you some dates. Yeah, that's you know, somebody just walks up to me, even though remember it was that brother Joe Thornton. We ain't seen him in a while. Oh, Young Dove, what's going on? I didn't even see you. I missed that. Arkansas in the house. The bar came in. Um, yeah, that's it. That's crazy right there. Asiatic mathematics. Like if somebody imagine that, like you in the store, right? But think about it though. You don't have knowledge yourself. You just in the store and somebody walks up to you and start talking about the Earth orbits the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. Hold on, I gotta send my own self. I gotta send my own love, my own self the link. Knowledge Born says a lot of people that watch the lives on the low, the views is up. Yeah, the views is. I've been watching the stats. You know, I've been watching it pretty. You know, I'm in the home stretch now. I'm up to how much? I got a lot of subscribers now. Good amount for me. Asiatic mathematics said people have just been acting different when you get within arm's reach lately. I don't watch the news, so I don't think about it. Why, as you said, land and water, knowledge and wisdom of truth of herself, my sister does not know she is a queen. Mm. Raphael Shatura said 57,255,000 square miles of land, 139,685,000 square miles of water. You know, Asiatic mathematics is you know, that's getting to be a touchy subject right now in New York. You know, I don't know if y'all been seeing the footage, but the NYPD has been on attack. The NYPD has been on attack in New York City. D. Christian, what's the deal? Raphael Statura said, let's build on the meaning. Yeah, we're gonna definitely get into the meaning. You know what I'm saying? But with today's degree, it adds on to yesterday. You know what I'm saying? In terms of us dealing with the 1 to 40. But what we saying that we get into the details. You know what I'm saying? Like we deal with the 29,141 feet high of Mount Everest. And then remember we dealt with the science of the Pacific Ocean, right? And how deep the Pacific Ocean goes. Remember we discussed that that's also 6 miles. You see what I'm saying? So we deal with it from highest to lowest. But has anyone noticed that though? You know what I'm saying? While we waiting for a few more members of the What Did I Miss crew to get in here, has anyone noticed that New York City, at least the brothers, is under attack? Hold on, this is it's the guy right here. I'm trying to get my camera. I'm trying to get my camera going. Oh, see, I got this new technology. I gotta keep in mind how to do things. Fly phrase. And yeah, it's been like several attacks. You know, if you look at YouTube and Facebook right now, you see several instances of the police getting extremely out of hand. You know, of course you're not seeing the whole thing, so I don't know how it originated or whatever. But again, if it's something that's originating from, people not wearing the people not social distancing correctly, then it's definitely crazy. It appears that orders to beat in heads have gone out. Wait a minute. Remember yesterday we had the trouble. I understand. One, two. Yeah, who? Yeah, I can't call it, man. I gotta figure out how to get that screen back without the what's the name? Oh, Cypher King, that's right. True Self, K-Man, Godlight. Yeah, SW seen the you've been seeing this footage? There's some crazy footage going around right now, man, with the cops really wilding out. 57,255,000 minus the useful land leaves 28,255,000 square miles of land that is not useful. That number is not given in the lesson 1 to 10 and 140, yet you can use what is to obtain that. Yeah, we dealt with the details of that. I guess we're gonna end up getting back into that today. Uh, Yeah, no doubt. Each one teach one. Hit the like button for me so we can get the alerts out. Look like we got, you know what I'm saying, most of, scholars in here that we can usually put our heads together and determine the truth. Fly Phrase said, I just saw a video earlier with 4 police officers beating down one dude, punching his face in, then stole one of the bystanders' cameras. Yeah, that was one of the ones that I saw that one yesterday, but then I saw 2 more today. Right, the ice cap lands in the deserts. You know what I'm saying? And getting into the science, like I said, adding on with yesterday, a rich man said land equals love a large nation divinely. If she not settled on the best part mentally, she won't love you, or this culture cannot truly love that which you don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. I turn that off until I gotta figure out what's going on with the picture. I gotta figure out what's going on with the picture. In the meantime, I guess I could just flip the screen around. The boss said the water is her words and ways that must show improved wisdom, Allah's truth, and equality to rule. Now I was born, said the earth belongs to the original man, the best part, the poor part, and the worst part. Oh yeah, that was crazy too. SW, I just saw that. Where the jogger, he was like running in his neighborhood or whatever, and he ended up getting shot. They said the 2 white guys said that they thought they recognized him from a burglary or something. Yeah, that was a crazy situation. Most definitely. Most definitely. Now I was born, said there's going to be parts of my earth that I'm not going to like, but I chose the best parts to cultivate. Yeah, I told y'all I'm trying to keep y'all away from that aspect of it. Yeah, SW, those videos are very they could get you very excited. You know what I'm saying? They definitely, it's one of those things where, you could reach your last, the straw that breaks the camel's back watching those videos. You know what I'm saying? But one thing we're gonna do, I'm saying, Bark King just brought up, uh, you know, one way to go into the details and break down the 57,255,000 square miles of land, right? And we did that. We did that yesterday. You know what I'm saying? With the useful land, the deserts, the hills and mountains, and the ice cap land. But see, just like when we go, when anytime we looking at understanding, right, we see that it's more than one angle to see it from. Not all this stuff with people talking about everybody got their own understanding. Like I always say, if I'm looking at something and I see an elephant and you see a tricycle, one of us ain't looking, one of us, some, maybe we not focused the right place or something, but somebody's not right. But we do realize that as many angles, you know,
many paths to which we might reach the same destination. So just like we went through the useful land, the deserts, the hills and mountains, right? There's other things that's mentioned in the lessons too that we could put together. Like for instance, when we start off with the 1 to 10, right? What does it tell us about? The wilderness of North America. Right? When we get into the 1 to 14, and even some in the 1 to 36, but in the 1 to 14, it tells us about what? West Asia, as they now call it, Europe. It tells us about Asia, of course. It tells us about Africa. It tells us about the Arctic Ocean, which is not, you this is a little bit, you got to look very closely. But I'm going to say it tells us about Antarctica. You see what I'm saying? So now this is another way of you getting into the details where you could also come up to 57,255,000 square miles of land, right? But you said even Jerusalem. But King said 120 can be drawn up literally, mathematically, and inferred. The land is not useful. The land that is not useful is an example of what can be inferred just as a matter of using logic. Use the known to solve the unknown. Yeah, Palestine is in Asia Minor. So this is what I'm saying, that even in these degrees where it seems like it's just a number, that we really got to look, we really got to look carefully. You know what I'm saying? Because see, even when we say the useful land, right? Let's say you want to consider that is, the land you could grow food or whatever the usefulness of the land still has to deal with your knowledge and wisdom and how you able to apply it. Because see, I could give you the best, most fertile fields on the planet, but if you don't know nothing about how to grow stuff, then what use is it to you? It's still got to be your knowledge and wisdom that's applied in order to make something the best part. So how they say one man's treasure could be another man's junk. One man's junk could be another man's treasure. See, your own treasure could be junk too. If you don't have the knowledge and wisdom to use it, how many people we know that's in a situation, where, we like, listen, all you got to do is apply the knowledge and wisdom. And they don't seem to be able to do it. Well, as you said, sometimes she wants to be Jupiter, giant gas and coal, got to bring her back and born understanding of her land and water and knowledge and wisdom and love of herself. See why y'all gotta stop with the women bashing. This women bash next week. This women bash next week. This week is Hotep. Cypher King, building on and bringing it back to those videos, is saying those two dudes, the two white dudes that killed a jogger, they say were avid white supremacists. And that would be peculiar because, well, not peculiar, but it's I guess it might tell you something about the system in the state of Georgia, because they said the guy, the one of the older dude, because it was a father and a son, if I'm not mistaken. The father used to work for the Georgia Department, the Georgia District Attorney investigators or something of that nature. He was investigated for the district attorney. So just saying that you got this guy, that this is his mentality, right? And he's worked for the district attorney. He retired. So he had a whole career there. See, King Shah, I know you out there right now, because I know King Shah. King Shah, I know you out there right now collecting the mathematics on all the different continents. So that you could put that in the chat box here, because that's how the mathematician does. But think about that. That this is not the first brother whose life that he's had in his hands. Even in terms of Cypher King, I heard, in the story that I seen, this actually happened 2 months ago. And the reason why no charges, well, I don't say the reason why no charges was brought, but, it was like one of the things that happened with the case was that because he worked for the district attorney, they had the case shifted to some other location. And so that, there ended up being no indictment. I don't know who that person is that pulled over to the side of the road and filmed it. You understand what I'm saying? But if that person had not been there, just like, that's basically the case. That's divine truth a lot. Some of y'all might be a little bit young to recall this, but everybody that's of age can tell you when white people discovered police brutality. Anybody What's 793rd? 793rd is in here. Fly Phrase could tell you too. Fly Phrase could tell you. SW probably knows too. Cypher King knows that there was this particular thing, a particular day that white people discovered that police brutality was real. SW said, right, he had a career of derailing and or destroying lives with that mentality. Yeah, see, SW was there. See, in the 90s with Rodney King. See, Rodney King, that was the first time where they had live cameras. See, Knowledge Born recalls too. Rodney King, be Christian. None of this stuff would be real if it wasn't for the cameras. To them. So that's a reality. You know what I'm saying? But what other details can we think to get into, right? When we say how we breaking down every square inch as we get into the details. Because that's the nature of different ciphers that we're dealing with. And I know what y'all want to get into, but we're not going to do that. Fly Phrase said, and they still got off scot-free with video and all. D. Christian said, nah, they've been known their foreparents had white sheets and crosses in the closet. Josh Sims said cameras never show everything, while you said played over and over on TV. See, here's the thing though, D. Christian. You know, there's a joke. And just to show you how common this stuff is and how long this stuff has been going on. Right? You know, Richard Pryor has a joke where, you know, it's like, you know, the white people, they see some police brutality and you know, the white people are shocked. They're like, what? No, we thought those people were just resisting arrest. Like they wasn't D. Christian, are you familiar with the movie what's the name of that movie? They remade it, but it was a different version recently. Birth of a Nation. Birth of a Nation was about them characterizing, you know, putting a narrative on what happened. Like you got to see some of the I guess you would call it literature or whatever, like, but if you read up on the history of police equipment, like police guns, you know what I'm saying? If you read up on how police started increasing their firepower, they was going to, whatever government entity and telling them that, listen, and tell me if this sounds familiar, everyone, that Negroes on cocaine have extra strength and they cannot be stopped with regular guns and regular bullets. And so we need increased firepower in order to handle these cocaine crazed Negroes that are running around raping white women. And see, when that narrative exists, then the attack is self-defense. The attack is in defense of Christianity and the virtue of white women. That's not police brutality. You got to look at how the propaganda that's out there about the original man, the propaganda that's out there about us, it allows people to justify making that devil. Sometimes the propaganda even affects us. You know what I'm saying? Where we might see, I'm not saying us in this room, in this chat right now, that pay attention to the class. But see, we got some of us that will see the police getting excessive and ask, well, what did those Negroes do? In essence, to me, when they talk about, yeah, we have to have this talk about, how we should act around. So, you basically saying that you need to be a better slave. If you got caught by the slave patrol, maybe you shouldn't have tried to run. So, it's not, that they was totally blind that some things was occurring. But if you buy into this narrative, which is clear, because like I said, even some of us buy into it. But if you buy into this narrative, then it don't appear to be that. Brutality. It appears to be defense of civil society. 793rd said, beyond the black and white civil rights footage of them hosing and fighting black folks out in what's California? No, that's Louisiana. No, that's Mississippi. Divine Truth said they've always known, just turn a blind eye to the reality of original people being handled in that manner. But see, even when you use the word people, you know what I'm saying? They've already, through their propaganda, they see certain people as subhuman. When they showing you, see, even in terms of when you deal with, we say perpendicular, right? We on the square, right? If you notice, animals are various degrees of hunched over. You know what I'm saying? Walking straight up is a characteristic of man. That's why, even in terms of, I don't really subscribe to evolution, but within the progress of evolution, one of the individuals is known as Homo erectus because walking erect, being on a square, is a characteristic of civilized man. So see these different portrayals, you know what I'm saying, where they telling you that you know, the black man is more closely related to monkeys. This is what is you know, how they say people, this is how they sleep at night. Fly Frey said, I hate that line, just do what the police say and you won't get harassed. You know, listen, if you got caught by the slave patrol, maybe you shouldn't have tried to run. Fly Frey said they tried to set dude up who remade Birth of a Nation, talking about he sexually harassed him. Oh yeah, wasn't, I'm not sure. They said I know he got caught up in some Me Too stuff, but I heard it was something different. But yeah, that was a complicated. A lot of those situations is super complicated. So Knowledge Born, yeah, the Birth of a Nation that the brother was just talking about, that the remake was made, that was a couple of years ago. The original Birth of a Nation is from like maybe 1920, like somewhere between 1910 and 1920. And it was basically a movie about the Reconstruction period, but it told a different narrative. You know what I'm saying? It revised the history of the Reconstruction period into, black people was getting out of control, and that the KKK had to ride in to the rescue of Christendom and white virtue. The Christians say, yeah, that helped spawn the growth of the Klan, and it's that stereotype has helped to supposedly foster fear of original people, yet it's just a means to justify their devilish nature. Yeah, but that's what, at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying, is that in their minds, these things are justified. It's not, the same way you looking at it, or, that we looking at it, well, like I said, we see it as police brutality. They see it as defending Christendom. Like, for instance, the Klan, they don't say burning crosses. They said they're lighting it. They see that as, it's a Christian act. We see it as just terrorism to them. They see it as a Christian act. That's how they have it justified in their mind. Daniel Addison. D. Christian said, yeah, just be good and docile. This is a part of the magical Negro. This is a part of the magical Negro concept. D. Christian, where did you go to school? Did you go to school in Africa, or you went to school over here in America? Yeah, Nate Parker was the guy's name that made that movie. Yeah, he got caught up in a whole bunch of stuff there. Yes, Peace to the God. You never watch Roots? I used to watch Roots over and over, man. But that was it. The next day after Roots was definitely it was on and popping. Asiatic mathematics said that's why they always portray the original man as savage in the entertainment world. Precisely. This is what I'm saying. That image, you know what I'm saying? In a lot of times, like I was saying yesterday, with that mentality that, a lot of young brothers have, that being real, keeping it real somehow means being criminal. You know what I'm saying? To where it's changed over, you know what I'm saying, in my lifetime, from where, going to jail was like a dumb thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you went to jail, like, man, your life is kind of over now. So, that's like some kind of virtue now. If you ain't been in jail, you're not real. You can't be a part of this conversation, right? For not for this type of stuff what we saying right here. Not for just for frivolous things that no one should be proud to say that they did. You know what I'm saying? You need to be in jail for that. So then we have a lot of us that's the worst portrayers of that image. You know what I'm saying? The same thing, you know, reality TV, has painted the black woman as, somebody that you can't really allow her into the highest levels of civilized society because she's hair trigger and she will wild out, with no regards to her surroundings. That's what reality TV puts out there. Fred said, as soon as I seen the slave master and his wife talking that BS about black folks, I cut it right off. Nah, I was actually captivated by it. First of all, they definitely drew everybody black in because, every star, every black actor pretty much ever, if they was alive at that time, they had a role in Roots. You know what I'm saying? So there was that aspect of it. But that probably was my first thing where, that was like my Rodney King moment. You know what I'm saying? Where it was like, oh, this is what people, because I'm not having an experience where I'm really coming around, a whole lot of Europeans like that. So that really was like a thing where, I learned about society and, how society relates to each other, not fully, but that gave me some clues right there of what was going to happen. SW said, even in their own satire of portrayal, the lowly of them are usually hunched and grotesque looking. Hey, man. Jasim said, in the beginning, you got to learn the lay of the land so you sneak out at night and don't get caught. Yeah, I mean, that's what the wise man do. But the cat that's looking for meritorious, manumission is going to tell that you're doing that. Yeah, Abner Louima, that was another police brutality case. You know what I'm saying? Where uh, you know, that was another one of those cases where it challenges the idea of the good cop for me. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, what happened to Abner Louima happened at the station house. So what were all these good cops doing while this was going on? You know, the Christian said it shows that the devil has kept our people illiterate and their people illiterate, because all it takes is to open up a book and research, and it will nullify their whole stereotype agenda in terms of falling victim to those lies. You know, in this day and time, you know, they found something better than burning books. Let's keep it 100. In this day and time, they found something better than burning books. I'm gonna let the scholars tell y'all what that is, man. They found something better than burning books. Jackson said, you don't just run, you save up food, try to have some supplies stashed away nearby. You wait until springtime. You know, I don't know if you know, YouTube might not appreciate you giving out this Underground Railroad plan right here. You know, somebody might get meritorious manumission for turning you in for saying that. The Christian said white virtue is an oxymoron. How you gonna say that to them, man? Jassim said, "Oh, why run? Because if you get organized, you won't have to." Well, you know, they got the guns. Asiatic mathematics says sometimes we stereotype ourselves. For example, when people see me reading my lessons, some will ask if I'm reciting raps. Yeah, you know, yeah. Original Bar King is added some on that. Yeah, that movie, Birth of a Nation. I think it was Woodrow Wilson was the president at that time, and he he uh he screened the movie at the White House, and he actually was a member of the Klan, and so that's another reason why that movie and the Klan thrived. You know, right in the wake of that. You know what I'm saying? Was because they had a friend in the White House. We out here. So D Christian said he went to school in America. So that's what I'm saying. You know, when you go to school in America, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know in other places, but I'm just saying that uh a lot of those narratives that we first heard, we might have blocked them out. Or maybe, you know, I don't know, you know, because state to state education is different too. Like when you down south, they don't call it the Civil War. They call it the war between the states, or the war of northern aggression. And the different people, they heroic. They not, villains the way they teach us here. They don't teach exactly villains, but it's definitely a bad side and a good side. And in New York, we taught that the other side is the bad side. But if you recall back to some of the narratives that they gave when they was teaching about slavery, that slavery, it was hard work. But the black people, they were happy. They sang songs, they danced, they made music and had families. You know, in the triangle trade, you know what I'm saying? The Africans, yeah, they lost their people, but they got whiskey and some cloth and some tables and some chairs, some pots and pans. That's the narrative, some people have been eating up since they was teaching it to us like that in school. Josh Sim said I hated watching slave movies. I mean, I haven't seen that many. I don't how many, I can't think of how many slave movies I've seen, but I know it hasn't been a huge amount. If I really haven't seen too many movies at all in the last 15 to 20 years. But Roots was an eye opener for me. Asiatic mathematics said that whole gangbang mentality cats got is weak because they'll turn on each other in a drop of a penny. That's something, man, that that's something that I've been observing recently. That it's I don't really understand it because I'm not into gangs. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really into that lifestyle, so I don't really understand it. But yeah, that's and to me, that's the tragic part of it. You know what I'm saying? That it just seemed to be something that the misdirection of the energy, man, is just supreme in that world. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen dudes that even they've outgrown it to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? And they actually out here in the atmosphere trying to make a change for the better. But it's like they can still, it's still that thing where they can get caught up. You know what I'm saying? The Christian said, yeah, that's why I keep stressing the cat's knowledge of self is the primary thing. You get lost in all those spells if you're unaware of self, such as keep it real, loud black women being smart as dumb. Yourself came in. Process. Yeah, Amadou Diallo. Now, Amadou Diallo was one that was because, Amadou Diallo, he never even littered. Because, that's the first thing they do because that's a narrative that they've had out for decades. Like almost the entire time that it's been TV and movies, one theme that you always see, right, is that there's a cop, right? There's a guy on the good side that he's really a bad guy. And when I first noticed it, because this is something I always noticed. This is something I noticed from the time I started watching movies. Back in the days, that Dirty Harry, you know what I'm saying? Charles Bronson, these type of dudes. But you got a cop that he's actually a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? But the way they portray the story is we need this bad guy on our side. Like, we happy to have this bad guy on our side. Why? Because the guys on the other side is so bad that the only way to deal with them is to have our own bad guy. And so, again, like I said, how we went into this tangent was that is another justification that people have been growing up with. And when they see the police brutality, all these images come up at the same time. Oh, we're happy to have this bad guy on our side because the other guys are so bad, But with Amadou Diallo, he robbed them of the ability to do that. They had to just blame it on the neighborhood because they couldn't say that he had no prior arrests. They couldn't say he tried to fight with them, But that was definitely, that was a tragic situation. With that one though, they got off. Like all of the people who had something to do with that, to my knowledge, they ended up retiring from the police and becoming fire department. So they still getting their city pension and all that. Yeah, now I was born. Yes, I was saying, at the Roots came on, it was definitely on. It was definitely crackling after that. Without question. Hold on, let me catch up. I'm talking too much today again. And we need to get no one answered the question, you know what I'm saying, of any other ways that we can break down, that we can get into the details. Like we went from 196,940,000 yesterday to 57,255,000 square miles of land and 139,685,000 square miles of water today. You know what I'm saying? We talked about how we could break down that into useful land, deserts, hills and mountains, ice cap lands. We also spoke about how we could break that down into the 7 continents and the square mileage of those. Now, what about the water? We got the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian, and the Arctic Oceans, right? We didn't get into no details about that. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't really acknowledging the equality of the earth, man. If I ask this question about something dealing with God, answers would be flowing like that. But don't think I didn't recall about that right there. But let's keep going with this right here. I like this topic. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. No one mentioned what was did anyone know what I'm thinking when I said that they found something? The brother said we could easily pick up a book and get the knowledge of certain things. And I said that they found something better than burning books to keep that knowledge away from people. Joseph said you ain't got to burn books. You ain't got to burn books when you control the printing of information or the moving of information. Well, King said, right and exact. That was President Wilson who screened the birth of a nation in the White House. Bong, the Christian said, internet, TV, cell phones, and all the trappings that keep you away from self, more nothing to keep you away from self. Colored people got meth, opioids, video games, and all the above said gumbo. Precisely. See, now they got all this digital stuff, you know, just even in terms of the way the brain works subconsciously, just the way the brain works subconsciously, right? On the screen, it looks like one thing. You know, we see it and it looks like a static picture, but in reality, it's flashing lights. And the brain is picking up those flashing lights, and it's stimulus. It's stimuli, whatever, you understand what I'm saying? It stimulates the brain in a way that we not even detecting. Because like I said, to the naked eye, it seemed like one picture. So then when you go to read the book doesn't have any flashing lights. So you lose your focus like that. You could even see how much, you know, if you give a book to a child, you can see the difference in how much more if you put them in front of the TV, how that TV kind of drones them out. You can just look at their face, see that no thought, no creativity is coming from within. They're totally droned to what's happening on the screen. Joseph said Malcolm X movie was my eye opener at 11. You know, Malcolm X movie actually, I can't even remember when did Malcolm, what year was that? I know that was like it was something um you know, because I recall it being a thing where, you know, the NOI didn't 100% appreciate the way it was depicted. You know what I'm saying? I just recall uh you know, just thinking like, nah, I don't want to go on the Mars. Like, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? If that's what's going on over there, then you know, I'm glad I call home over here. But you know, I already had the knowledge then. You know what I'm saying? So that not so much with opening my eyes with that movie. Joseph said in school, when it comes to the Civil War, it was South versus North. You never hear Republicans and Democrats. Yeah, you don't hear that. You don't hear it characterized like that. Nah, I didn't see Django. I haven't seen Harriet Tubman. And I was born said if you fly the Confederate flag, it's really an act of war. Hmm. Jackson said, I just never liked the slave movies. They keep coming up with more ways to tell it too. New special effects and award-winning actors. For me, I'm gonna tell you something about that concept. You know, it's kind of hand in hand with what D Christian was saying. That I don't want people to forget that happened. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of that's one of I think that's a flaw in our thinking. You know what I'm saying? Taking down statues of like nah, that really happened. And I'm saying in the same way, other people use those things. Other people use their struggle as a rallying cry for unity. You understand what I'm saying? Like they still talk about the Boston Tea Party and the Boston Massacre and the Stamp Act and the Tea Act and all these things, and tyranny. We have to fight against the tyranny. You understand what I'm saying? And the Jews with the never again. You understand? I mean, I don't. I guess I could see the mentality that if you keep showing black people as slaves, then maybe black people would think they was slaves. But I don't really see that being the case. You know what I'm saying? There's more black people indoctrinating people into slave mentality, with their independent stuff that they doing. Like you make your own movie and you indoctrinate, young black men into this idea that being criminal is being real. So, for me, it's did you ever, look at it from the perspective of look, if some of the young brothers knew what happened, if some of the young brothers understood that this is where the condition of where we came from, would they do some of the dumb stuff they do today? You see, now I was born and saying it right here. They want people to forget these things that were atrocious. But Joe Self is saying right here the same thing. A popular slave movie is New Jack City. You understand what I mean? This is one of the things where you put this whole image out there that this is what's real. These are the cool people. These are the people with the nice cars and the fancy clothes and the beautiful women. Oh man, D Christian, you going in here, man. He says not only the gang banging culture, but the gold teeth wearing, Kimbo Slice looking, soup and chip switching, undercover DL thugs of the system. Eye opener for me. Um, you know, we've that's something that happens. you know what I'm saying, where psychologically, people start to you know, just like I said, with how people use they struggle as a rallying cry for unity, you know, that same kind of way, you know what I'm saying, you could start to take pride in that struggle, you know what I'm saying, and start to glorify certain parts of that struggle. You know what I'm saying? In your ability to survive that struggle. But that could be warped out. So, a lot of things that we amplify in our own community is not exactly productive. Shunya said that the anti-hero, so you gotta have these type of fancy words. The anti-hero used to promote and or justify racism. Yeah. That's what I remember Forrest Whitaker for. Forrest Whitaker used to be a character on TV that, he was always doing some petty crimes. And, the cop guy, the TJ Hooker or whatever would always roll up, just smack him up. Whatever's going on wrong, this black guy right here, if he didn't do it, he knows who did it. Daquan Reinhardt. What Daquan is that? Do I know you from back in the time? Oh, Hollywood Shuffle. Yeah, that was wild funny. And Hollywood Shuffle was one of those movies that was like before its time. Another movie that to me is like Hollywood Shuffle, where it was before its time, in that when you first saw it, it was just funny, but then it turned out to be real life. Uh, uh, CB4. Like that turned out to really be the story of hip hop. Joe Sell said I saw Roots Young, so I couldn't process it until after I saw Malcolm X. To me, I think that got something to do with the kind of the black aspiration type movies. That's another reason why I see it that way. Is because, for instance, if you look at the LA riots, right, that happened in the 90s for Rodney King, after Rodney King, you know, probably 98% of the brothers who was out there saw Roots. And they grew up with a different type of mentality than if you grew up with all these type of movies with these magical Negroes, you know, and these magical where, no one likes the white girl until she wins everyone over with her fancy dance moves. So you grew up in a different type of environment, you know what I'm saying? And how you process the social relationships is just different. Yeah, D. Christian and John Sim was saying it's an information and dopamine overload. You know what I'm saying? When you're looking at these digital screens, whether it's TV, the internet got even more lights. Young Dub said maybe that's why I got problems reading now. I never thought of that. Yeah. That's why our attention span is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Because, see, I built on this before. See, the more, like for instance, remember back in the days when old people used to be talking to you and they said, look at me when I'm talking to you. See, even though they never went to college and, saw that study be conducted, they never conducted any studies on it, but they understood that two senses are better than one. If you looking at me and listening to me, that's better than you just looking at me or you just listening to me. See, now they understand that these is all neural pathways in the brain and, how this reinforces memory and all these things of that nature. But our parents, grandparents ain't know that. And see, that's what happens the more interactive, if you notice that's a word they use now, right? The more interactive the entertainment is, the more senses that the entertainment can stimulate. The more senses that the entertainment can stimulate, the less of your own imagination and creative power that you have to use. And what you don't use, you will lose. So your creative power and everything begins to atrophy because every aspect of the entertainment is given to you. It's not like when you read a book. See, when you read a book, you have to imagine what the people sound like. You have to imagine what they look like. If it said the person yelled, you have to imagine how loud that might have been. If the person stutters, all these different things, this is now your internal creative power that you got to use to see that. But see, now they talking about, they got the thing, they want you to put it on your TV. And if there's a smell on the program, that the thing on your TV, on top of your TV, it releases the smell. So you smell it too. See, we was talking about this before, you know what I'm saying, is that before you could play the same game, but if you went to a different block, the people might have a little different rules. You play on this court over here, and they don't even call foul. There's no calls over there. You play on this court over there, it's like the NBA. They almost got refs. They call it 3 seconds in the lane. You go on this block, when they do any, mini, miny, mo, they do it a little bit different than the kids on that block because each group of kids are putting their heads together and coming up with their creative power based on their environment too. So you go to that part and the line is out. You go to the other part and the wall is out. These things seem simple, but this is you actually using your creative power and keeping it built up, in your own thinking and thought process and everything. So right now, when we say, yo, we got all this information out here and people reacting to it irrationally, they reacting to it like, this is the movies or something. That's because that's what's been their thought process for their whole life. Asiatic Mathematics said they did a study that when people get likes on social media, they get massive dopamine secretion. They won't pay attention. Jasim said they won't pay attention to the show. They'll sit perfectly still for those commercials. I mean, I guess it depends on the show. Joseph said 4 main bodies of wisdom: Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, Arctic, 4 seasons, culture of freedom. The Earth's culture of freedom lies in her balance of wisdom. So yeah, that movie. So the phrase said Malcolm X came out in 1992. Spike Lee ran out of loot and hit up Magic Johnson and Oprah and a lot of black celebs for fun so he could finish the movie. Surprised those two would put up any money for that. Why'd you put 390,000 Indian Ocean, 29,321,000? Oh, Arctic. I see what you put. Arctic is 390,000. Indian is 29,321,000. Atlantic is 41,340,000. Pacific is 68,634,000. 139,685,000 square miles of water. You didn't put square miles right there. Well, what about this? You know what I'm saying? Sidetrack a little. We get back to that. What about this? You know, in the degrees right there, immediately it tells you about what? Oceans. It tells you about lakes and rivers. It's different. It's different bodies of water. Lake Michigan is not the same as the Mississippi. A swamp is not the same as the ocean. See, all those is different natures of things that you're dealing with too. See, what's the nature of the swamp? Why does the swamp smell bad? Jasim said, I get that, but we don't tell the stories and we don't make money from them. And when the gods of Egypt comes out, it's white people. Even Wakanda was Marvel. I mean, I don't really understand this, what you're saying in terms of, you know, when you say we don't tell the stories, who's we? Because you got to remember, man, look, a lot of people that's making movies, they 85%. So you can't expect somebody who go to church, every Sunday, eat pig 3 times a week, and believes that God is a magical white man in the sky. You can't expect them to make, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is. That's being in the wilderness of North America. Process said a movie I would appreciate is Quilombo, about Maroons in Brazil setting up their own society and going to war with Portuguese and Dutch. Is this movie in English? came out in the late 70s. Yeah, see now look, let's stick up here for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Original man God said the calculations are different in the supreme wisdom's actual facts. I didn't notice that. But Joseph said a swamp is a giant pool of mud. And Process said a swamp is stagnant water. You know how somebody's telling you the same thing over and over, and you in a conversation, and the stuff that they telling you over and over, it ain't going nowhere. Like the conversation ain't going nowhere. You bogged down in the swamp. See how you deal with the land. You going uphill or downhill when you trying to make your wisdom flow. When you trying to make your wisdom flow, are you trying to make your wisdom flow uphill? See land and water. Now I'm gonna touch on something. Let's see. I'll try to avoid this because, like I said, this is not the days for bashing women. But listen, how many like when your wife, your earth, whatever you call it, right? How many of y'all like when she starts giving you the salty water? So you got salt water and you got fresh water. I bet y'all don't like the salty water. Knowledge of Allah just came in. SW says swamps grow bacteria. True Self said the water doesn't flow, it's stagnant. SW said bacteria from the lowest point of mud and soil. Now was born said swamp is full of scavengers. They probably like the kidneys or something. SW said it's tainted soil. Let's get it. Yeah. See, that's how you this is going into the details of knowing every square inch of the planet Earth. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know these things? See, like right now, we in a situation, you know what I'm saying, where look, it may come to that. You know what I'm saying? Like I heard I was reading a story where a lot of people is going out to hunt now. People that got that type of knowledge, they going out to hunt. See, like Musa D, somebody else, my brother, Motherland Gardens from Arkansas, both of them were saying that they got a lot of property, you know what I'm saying, and on their land, when they're not using it for farming, that they rent it out to hunters. So hunters could go and hunt on their land. Knowing every square inch of the earth, man, is how we survive. Just like knowing every square inch of the situations that we dealing with. Are you in a conversation where this wisdom ain't going nowhere? Or you in a situation where look, you know like how you got the river, right? And then you got the places where it's almost like a stream. And then you got the places where you got the rapids. This is a science what you're dealing with. Are you speaking too fast for the people? Are you giving them too much? Because see, what can survive in that calm stream can't survive down in the parts by the rapids. Do you know every square inch of what you're dealing with? Knowledge Born says salty water is seawater. It's really choppy. Yeah. How many of y'all like the salty water? See, all that got to do with why you chose the best part. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, what makes this the best part? What makes this, fertile land or whatever? How the water is flowing is one of the main things. Some of our brothers who's very, we got a lot of brothers that they very schooled in uh ancient civilizations and stuff. Yesterday they was having a lot of conversations about ancient civilizations. Now, when you deal with the lakes and the rivers, right? All these different civilizations, right, was born by rivers. You got the Nile River, the Niger River. You know what I'm saying? You got the Tigris and Euphrates River. You got the Yellow and I think the Yangtze River. You know what I'm saying? You got the Rhine River, the Mississippi River, the Colorado River. What's that in the Amazon? The what's that river in South America? Is it the Amazon River? No, that's not the name of it. But that did you look at every square inch of that aspect? Getting back to this movies, D. Christian said it ain't the movies alone. How to we have to mention musical heroes too. A lot of them contributed to this mentality, slave to money, sex, drugs, murder, etc. Yeah, that entertainment. You're right about that. Let's say entertainment. Right. See, Knowledge Born, we celebrate the people who look like us and perpetuated that image. Yeah. A lot of times, we celebrate that's like a concept that I hear in a lot of places in terms of um uh you know through living vicariously. A lot of times we live vicariously. Like, have you ever seen some of these arguments? Like, it might be an argument like, who got the most money, Jay-Z or Dr. Dre, 50 Cent or Kanye, where people is ready to come to blows over individuals, and a lot of times some of these people that we celebrate, these people are actually a part of exploiting us. Daquan not cool. That's why I was like, Daquan Reinhardt. What's going on with you, man? You know, what's the signs, man? Let's not even talk about what we heard. Let me just, Daquan not cool. This brother right here I grew up with, man. From back in the time. What's the deal? On the power month and the power day. Fly phrase, yeah, MC Gusto. Look, how many MC Gustos? I mean, MC Gusto is like that's like the, how would you say that? He's like the archetype now. Is that the word, Sunyes? Is that the proper word? He's like the archetype, the archetype. I don't know how to pronounce that word. He's the archetype, archetype, how you say it, MC now. Yeah, Fly Phrase, you going in on the movie now. All right, Robert Jefferson just subscribed. Shout out to Robert Jefferson. Knowledge Born said, all the old cop shows got a hit black snitch. Joseph said, if you look at the screen too long, you feel like it drains your energy. Yeah, well, the eyes is a part of the brain. So SW said, it's to the point, there's a virtual reality, meanwhile a regression of one's actual reality. Process is that flick was the flick that he's talking about. What do you call it? Colombo from South America. He was saying about the Maroons down there was his motivation for years. Puerto Rican teacher put me on in high school. I studied it in depth after. Uncle Tom was bugged with the sex farms. I got to check it again. Yeah, I think you're giving away the movie. SW says simulating life versus stimulating life. Yeah, living in those virtual worlds and constantly living vicariously through everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying that there's no merits to that whatsoever, but we always celebrating who's, the first black person to do this, the first black, that person don't care nothing about us. And most of the time that person ain't all the way black, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Asiatic mathematics said dopamine overload happens when you laugh too long as well. That's when it stops being funny. It might become funny again later when your levels are back right. But maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need to have brothers laugh. Maybe we need to have brothers laugh at our condition until it stops being funny. until they take it seriously. We might have came up with a little strategy there. The Christian said the thing I was saying, where they want to put some on your TV, he's saying that they already got some movie theaters that got that. See, I just read about it. I didn't know it was already in effect. 793rd said they've been talking about that smell-o-vision since the 70s and 80s, if I recall. Where did it go back that far? I didn't know. I just heard about it. Well, you know what it is. They'll have an idea, but now the technology is in place where they can make it real. So it'll come back up now. Young Dub out of Arkansas said, like around early high school, generation iPod era, I could read 100 pages a day. Now I'm having trouble with 20 a day, even though I really enjoy these books I'm on. I mean, yeah, that's what happens. Absolutely. You know, you can say you know what I'm saying firsthand. SW said all three dice gotta hit the wall or it's a no go. Joe Sell said when they take imagination away, that's when things don't get created. Imagination is key to understanding the universe and the creation aspect of it. Indeed. Because even what they tell you, in terms of the best scientists, you know what I'm saying? You know, with Einstein, this is supposed to be his really uh best characteristic as a scientist is that he had a great imagination and that his imagination was very visual, and so he kind of thought in pictures, and then he made formulas that kind of uh supported the pictures, the clear mental picture that he's seen in his mind. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, without that, our creative power atrophies. You know what I'm saying? And then we could mostly just imitate. Yeah, Fly Phrase was saying, how, kids, we used to make toys, making your own slingshots, you know, uh, building go-karts, clubhouses, you know what I'm saying? You know, uh, putting two cups on a string and seeing if that really worked. You know what I'm saying? All these different things that we used to have to use our creative power and we used to have to put our heads together. Like in order for you to learn how to do that, you had to go around some other kids for them to show you that. You know what I'm saying? And these kids became your people. Now you don't have those same bonding experiences. You know, that kind of thing has a whole lot of effects. Now, as Born said, I was a bartender. I learned that that's how I understood the word captivate, to hold someone's attention captive. But King said necessity is the mother of invention. The less we had, the more creative we became. Yeah. I seen that in a lot of ciphers where, you know, uh, having more actually reduced the quality. Having a easier way to do things reduce the quality. You know what I'm saying? Like even in terms of cooking, even. You know what I'm saying? When you making these processed foods and stuff like that, you ain't really got to use your imagination. I'm gonna put a little extra flair, a little extra spice on this. You know what I'm saying? And the food becomes more bland. Christopher Gooding. You said this is the brother ask. This is the brother ask you. I want you to school. Who's ask you? The Christian said you become an empty vessel, able to be filled up with whatever propaganda is issued once your thinking and imaginative faculties are compromised. Exactly. And, they don't expect no knowledge to come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, how somebody tell you something and you already know better. But if all your creative power has been destroyed, then yeah, you're not, the knowledge that comes from within you is not going to be manifested. Asiatic mathematics says social media is dangerous. A lot of people just get on there to get their daily hit of external validation. Jasim said, tell us about the true history of Africa. Well, we need Bar, I think is in here. We need Infinite Mind. What do you mean the true history of Africa? See, D Christian, I see you trying to hotep. D Christian try to hotep every day. He keep putting for the record, I love Mother Earth. Joseph says swamps are also dense with vegetation, blocking the sun's light to the point the water cannot get clean through UV rays. Hold on, let me. Now, as Warren says, swamp means to be overwhelmed. Process said it's like we know these things, but don't apply them to every day, right? And that, I don't know if you was on the live when I was speaking earlier, where I said that, listen, you can have the most fertile land in the world, but you still got to know how to grow stuff. You still gotta be able to apply your knowledge and wisdom to get the best part out of whatever it is. No matter what it is, I can give it to you. If you don't apply your knowledge and wisdom, it's not gonna work. I see supreme scientific. I mean, yeah, supreme scientist down there. Supreme scientist. He's not supreme scientist. Reads 30 books a day. We said no 30 books a month, 30 books a week. See, we asked supreme scientists about the scholarship. I keep telling y'all, for me, I had a scholarship. SW said we got to know how to distinguish what's what and utilize what we need to discard the trash. 793rd said the American slave system was along with all the worldwide players who had their hand in it for generations of wealth or occupations passed on generation to generation. While King said knowing every square inch is an investment of time, just like it took the original man time to discover all the parts of the planet, is the same with your woman in a relationship. You see? D. Christian said never liked the tsunami. Now look, the tsunami, right? The waves, all of that, those are other layers of current. But let's save that for the Bill of Destroy Day. Like I said, we still got some days to go. And then we're gonna open up. We're gonna have a premiere. We're gonna have an episode of the E-Man Women's Haters Club on the born day. Nah, July said you might like the salty water. Nah, that's what they teach. I was talking about that the other day. I don't want the salty water. I want the fresh Icelandic water. Give me the volcanic water that's filtered through the volcanic rock. That's the water. I don't want the salty water. Mm. Wise you brought up another river, the Mekong River. SW brought up the Congo River. These is all rivers, right? That's dealing with the science of civilization. That's how I draw it up why the lakes and rivers is in there. Because the lakes and rivers tell you something about the civilizations that it's talking about in there. When it's telling you about Moses, Moses crossed the water too. But of course, I draw that up differently. Most people probably draw it up. See, to me, when it says, Moses spotted part of the sea, somebody told him don't do that. Somebody told you don't go where you're going. Don't. This place where you don't go over there. And he anyway. Worry about your wisdom can't stop me. What you saying can't stop me. But that's how I draw it up. Yeah, it is the Amazon River. I don't know what's going on in my mind. Why I go blank on that. But yeah, the Amazon River. Darkim said, "Can you name 120 sciences that can be found in 120 lessons? Oceanography is one that is relevant to this topic." We actually had a list. It's Daquan Aku. That's on here. He was there. We had a list one time that Firstborn Prince sent us, and it had 40 different sciences that was just in the Build or Destroy degree. Like 40 different sciences that you could go to university and study. I was just in the Build or Destroy degree in the 140. Now, as Born said, water can split mountains. SW is bringing up a few. Geography, biology, biochemistry, physics. It's yeah. When I was using the word, see, let me just catch up, man, because I'm mixing this all up, topic to topic. We back and forth. Let me just catch up, and then I'm gonna start talking. Musadik said Huggy Bear was a snitch. Yeah, that's something. I didn't realize at first. You know what I'm saying? When I'm watching it, I thought Huggy Bear was cool, and then I realized, like, yeah, Huggy Bear. And I was born for sociology. Psychology, 793rd put astrology, meteorology, biology, genetics, optics, psychology, psychiatry, theology. Now I was born put linguistics, 793rd geography. Now I was born put geometry. Which Deek said, right, we are always celebrating the first black to do this, or first black to do that. But actually, like you said, that person doesn't even care about that. Supreme Scientist put a quote from Einstein: "Imagination is more important than knowledge." So, adding on to what I was saying about they was always saying that was Einstein's strong point. Night Owl, what's going on? Can't see you in a minute. D. Christian said, "When I thought and picture like Einstein when in school, they put me in special ed." But listen, that's the science with creative power, though. Creative power don't always match up with schooling. Because if you recall, Einstein was not good at school. Einstein was a poor student. Even though I know this is a little bit of a bad example because he's not really that much of an inventor, but Thomas Edison got kicked out of school too. Oh, and I had to take a little. That's crazy. When I thought of pictures, like Einstein with me special leg. You crazy, man. Knowledge alive. Yeah, making go-karts, making bow and arrows. Knowledge alive. Or, yeah, I recall that. 793rd said get a toy or action figure and create your own world around whatever environment you are in, like the wall, dirt, hallway, or whatever. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Or look, remember when we used to have the soldiers, where you get the 100 dudes in the bag that you said, look, it ain't even no action figure. It's just frozen in that one position. We play with that for hours. You know what I'm saying? When the last time you seen kids with Legos? All these is things that, you had to use your creative power, or there wasn't even a game. You know what I'm saying? If you could use your imagination, you might as well go take a nap. Process of passing notes with wild origami. 793rd said, oh no, that's your side rally over there. Yeah, Supreme Scientist said he reads 30 books every 2 months. So I'm pretty sure any topic that we want to know about, Supreme Scientist, the brother asked about the true history of Africa. Surely you've read something on it. Logic, peace. Where you from, Logic? Logic is new. Where you from, Logic? Nah, Musadik is 30 books every two months. So that works out to what? 4 books a week. 4 books a week. That's still crazy. Whereas Moses slept in a ring of fire, that's Moses had to keep them back. You know what I'm saying? His cipher, that he's dealing with, it's too high powered. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you raise the level of what you're dealing with, so that certain individuals, they know, all right, stay away from him. See, because remember, he went to the burning bush. And so Moses, you know what I'm saying, is one of these characters throughout literary history or whatever that brought the gift of fire from the gods to man. So he went in the desert, in the wilderness, right? Seen the fire himself. And then when he brought it over there, he had knowledge that they didn't have to keep them in their place. So the source said hydrology. Supreme Scientist, Supreme Scientist, he one of them type of people too. we're going to come back and focus on this question right here, where he asked 793rd, does he see astrology as a science? So as I'm coming down, hopefully 793rd, you will elaborate, or you could even come in. Where's the I haven't put the link up in a minute. You come through and discuss it on the live video chat. Knowledge Born asks Supreme if he doesn't see it. So maybe Knowledge Born wants to come on and discuss why it is a science. Fly Phrase said Nikola Tesla was that dude. The media asked Einstein how it feels to be the smartest man in the world, and his answer was, ask Nikola Tesla. Yeah, Tesla, there's definitely some marketing. You know what I'm saying? There's definitely some marketing. Like there's dudes that's they more high powered than Newton, but there's marketing. Yeah, let me see. All right, Logic is from VA. Yeah, we have a lot of VA brothers that come in. All right, we got Knowledge Law right here. I didn't Knowledge Law just tapped in here. You know what I'm saying?
Peace. It's Knowledge Born. Peace.
Hold on. You muted or something. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Oh, no, it was me.
Peace. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Peace to the gods. Like I really can't see. You know, when we be on the what you call it, you really can't see no I don't know how to see the comments while you're talking, because like it just be a screen. Is there a way you can see the comments?
I mean, I can see the comment.
All right. Well, look. Okay, I was saying. Now, I think we talking about astrology, right? Now, I think it's a science just for the simple fact, like it got to be a science to like when you like everybody born a certain time in a certain place to hold a certain space, like, you know what I'm saying? So it got to be I'm saying it's a science to that, like me born when I'm born, the earth being where it's at that time I'm being born, like all that. I think all that is contributing to part of my makeup, what made me grow. You feel me? So I think that's why I'm saying it's a science part, and that's why I'm saying it's a science.
Yeah, no doubt. The part that I think most people is saying is they don't subscribe to the meaning that's given. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like
like if you
in terms of astrology doesn't tell you like the sun is 90 million miles. According to astrology, all the astronomy is basically astrology with all the meanings taken out. You know what I'm saying? With all the predictions or whatever you would call it. How it relates.
Indeed, cause like like I heard it before. It said like when it got dark, what did the original man study? We studied the skies. Before fire, we studied the skies. So that's how we knew that the planet was traveling around the sun, because we studied the sky. So if you have to be able to correlate that science to what happens on Earth, just like crops. Like that's a science. When crops grow, how they grow best, where they grow best. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing like being born. It's a science.
Yeah.
Like cats I think cats get too caught up in that you a Gemini or you a this or you a that. But even that came from something else. That ain't where that started. That came from something else, what they turned it into.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because like if you go to Chinese astrology, they got 12.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it go by the year, not the month or the date. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, you know what? One thing I would add on to what you're saying, right, is that what happened with a lot of signs, because we can even see that happen with the 5% signs, where over time people start to misunderstand what things really mean, and they start taking it off the deep end and taking some things too literally that wasn't really meant to be literal. You understand what I'm saying? So by that same, because in terms of giving meanings to celestial bodies, we do that.
Indeed.
We give meanings to the sun, moon, and star.
Indeed.
Like you said, we don't put a horoscope in the newspaper. But when we say the sun, moon, and star is symbolic to the man, woman, and child, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying in principle, it's still there. I'm not saying that, you could walk up to somebody and say, okay, because you was born on this type of day, I know everything about you and, how to act with you. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing, but that's just something that it seems like it's in the nature of people. You know what I'm saying? And like, once knowledge gets to that level, this is a part of the people that searches trillions of years. You know what I'm saying? Because they constantly, they've misunderstood what the knowledge and wisdom was from, you know what I'm saying? Like, with
exactly. So like it prevents you from having an understanding. Like how me and 7093 were just building in the side rally about how like when you young, the world is your house. Your house is big as shit when you're a baby. You know what I'm saying? That's your whole world. Till you walk out that door and get into the real world, the actual world. You know what I'm saying? You can't like that's growth. Like you gotta grow to understand certain shit. Like, okay, like somebody said something, but like I had to start studying shit that somebody told me years ago to think, wait, did that make sense or was I just saying that? You feel me? The other day I had to correct myself with all on the business. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's, you know what I mean? See, some people get stuck because, like you said, like the other day we were talking about somebody was like, nah, the sun don't chill, God don't chill. God, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, they cats really get caught up in that. You know what I mean? Like you got cats talk like I ain't never got no universal. You feel me? But I done seen people get them before. But like you got cats talking about something, we need to bring it back. They ain't gonna be ready to get one though. They ain't gonna be ready to get one though. You're gonna be trying to piece your way out of that. You feel me? For the same shit you just jumped on this young boy about, you're gonna be trying to piece your way out of that.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things. Like I can't recall who it was, but there was a brother who had said to Allah, why don't we just take the devil out? And why don't we just, move on him right now? And Allah has told him, said, well, look, if we did it like that, you're gonna have to take out a lot of people you love.
Cats ain't ready for that, man. Yeah. Like cats ain't ready for that, man. Like
you might find out.
Like I was building with the young guys.
That you got to be taken out.
You don't want to find out.
What's going on?
like when Like cats don't understand like how you were saying, like making that devil like dealing with that science you know you really ain't got no business doing, but you comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
especially dealing with what we dealing with today. You know what I mean? Like we get comfortable. Everybody like that bosom. That bosom is comfortable. But is you really ready to, like, if you got to dip on that too? Like if you like bravery ain't just not running from a fight. Bravery is running into one too. Is you that brave? Like I said, man, like cats kill me, man. Like you got cats, like how you the true and living, but like your wisdom, you cook pork. Nah, that's that's they do that thing. Like mine ain't even going to go buy it. She ain't sneaking none of that.
So we
I smell it. She can't hide it.
We got Supreme Scientist adding on right here. He said astrology is a pseudoscience. It's the belief that the combined gravity of all the planets in the solar system at the instant someone is born determines their personality and character. Now, what I would say is that most astrologists would say you're wrong. That's not what the astrology is based on.
Real talk.
But this is what I'm saying though. In terms of what you just said, Supreme Scientist, right?
Because it's like astrology is built on the elements. That's why you got air signs, fire signs, earth signs, and water signs.
Hold on 1 second though. I just want to deal with what he said. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of saying that, when you jumping off the deep end, right, with this stuff and you misunderstanding it, right? Then you go in the wrong direction. But this is what I'm saying though. We say that, on our universal flag, we got the sun, moon, and star. You know what I'm saying? And we say that the pull that our parents have on us and the environment that our parents provide for us, right, determines a lot of what we are going to grow up to be and a lot of what we're going to grow up to do and what people are going to know as our personality and our character. This is what this is our teachings. You understand what I'm saying? Well, astrology, astro means the stars, and ology means study. It's the study of the stars. You know what I'm saying? And, like I was just saying, we've always, rather we saying Mother Earth, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about not just in our culture. This is something that is, we can't really say scientific because I guess it didn't go according to the scientific theory that you would call a scientific theory, you know what I'm saying, after reading a couple thousand books. You understand what I'm saying? But this is a little more scientific than what you just saying, the gravity of all planets. King Shah said the math of astronomy is used by astrologers to make an interpretation. Actually, it's the other way around. Remember, astronomy comes from astrology. But, Supreme Scientist, like I said, I'm not a person who's necessarily an astrologer, but my definition would mostly agree with what Knowledge Born was saying in terms of the sun and moon have attracting power on our planet.
Like you can do the signs to that when you do the signs to the full moon. How the waters go crazy in the full moon.
So Supreme Scientist said, I agree. However, our parents aren't literally planets. That's just symbolism. Astrology advocates that it is a literal phenomenon.
You gotta see, my understanding is we ain't just in a solar system, we are a solar system.
Right.
Because we fueled by the sun. You feel me? Like the earth itself is a solar system. We are solar systems. You feel me? We all show you how the sun works. So like I'm one of them kind of cats, like I knew I was having a daughter before I had a daughter. I was that in tune. I know and understand the egg is neutral. The sperm has the sex. I got out what I put in.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So like I'm just saying like you got to be that in tune to understand certain things. Certain people like people still take things outside of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Supreme Scientist says here that he agrees. However, our parents aren't literal planets. That's just symbolism. Astrology advocates that it is a literal phenomenon.
And what I'm saying,
hold back.
Okay.
Saying scientifically speaking, right? The for instance, the different types of vegetation, right? Like for instance, it wasn't always grass on the planet. That's something that changed literally because of the positioning of the planet. And that grass existing literally changed life here on the planet. Different animals that exist and how they exist was adjusted when grass started growing. I'm saying that you got to realize that this is coming from a different time when people didn't plant according to the calendar. You see what I'm saying? This is before the Farmer's Almanac, where somebody tells you, okay, look, April 18th is the best day for you to calculate. No, people calculated things by looking at the sun, moon, and stars. So this is what I'm saying, that there's a difference between what you're seeing in the newspaper and the fact that at one time people did live according to the sun, moon, and stars, and it did affect life. So right now, when you're saying the moon is always full, but the reality is, how much of it can you see? And does the fact that you see it a certain way does not have any impact on things? You know what I'm saying? At the very least, you would have to admit that the seasons have an actual impact on people's personalities and the things that they do. It influences human events.
And I just want to add this. If you know and understand that you are God of the universe, then the gravity between the planets and the stars, all that shit got to do with everything. Let one of the planets get out of orbit and see what the fuck happened. Let your planets get out of order. Look what happens.
Mm-hmm. So Leland Snotty added something on right here where he said,
"More love, peace to the God, baby."
He said, astrology versus cosmology. What is the difference? So I'm not confused on the bill. I'm not as cosmos is the universe. Astrology is the stars. You know what I'm saying? Ology is the study of. King Shah said astronomy is the more true science than astrology. Astronomy is very near correct. Science, astrology is the guesswork.
See, they confusing astrology with astro predictions. That's what these people do that say that they are astrologists. They do astro predictions for people based on your history already. Oh, you been having a fucked up month? You probably gonna next month probably gonna be fucked up for you too. Oh, you and your boyfriend been arguing? You probably gonna have a new love in your life. That's astro prediction.
Right. That type of stuff like that. Yeah, that's
not astrology. That's astro prediction.
Yes. Yeah. If you talking about that, the supreme scientists, then we 100% in agreement. But I'm saying that underlying that, there is a science, right, to what's going on up there, affecting what's going on. I mean, first of all, even when we say up there and down here, like you said, we behaving as if, you know, when we say the sky, it's not really up, it's out.
Real talk.
You know what I'm saying?
Real
like
talk. The same space up there.
You know what I'm saying? We can't speak about the heavens, right, as if we're not a part of it. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things. It's like supreme scientists. This is what I'm saying. An example: the stuff that you see in the paper, and when you look at the people giving the predictions, that's like when you look at a kung fu movie and they show you somebody jumping up on the top of a building, or you know, sticking their hand through somebody's skull with a pinky finger. You know, yeah, that stuff is made up, but that don't mean that, you know, a person that knows kung fu can't fight. That's not what I'm saying.
That's a good analogy.
True Self said astronomy is the science of objects and matter beyond space atmosphere. While you say animals are willing to multiply during the what? During the sun, by nature's determination, seedling time is best during full moon. Oh, the full moon. Animals are willing to multiply during the full moon.
Yeah. That full moon. That full moon, you know what that full moon is? Oh, wait. You said we gotta wait till the born day. You said we gotta wait till the born day. We talk about the full moon on the born day.
Yeah, on the born day, then we get back. Yourself said it's not symbolism, it's a fact. I'm made up of millions of photons. Each atom is made up of 1,000 suns. We are planets.
Word is born.
As W said, it's seasonal disorders. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it's things that happen where, you know, you get allergies or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? You know, and that's affected by the effect that the sun is having based on the positioning of the earth in relation to it.
See, sometimes, you know what conversation show you something?
Supreme Scientist said the nurse in a delivery room has a greater gravitational influence than the planets. I mean, this is how so? To explain that to me.
Wait, what was it? What did you say again?
A greater influence. It can't have a greater influence than the planets, because first of all, let's keep in mind that the planet Earth is a planet too. So it can't have a greater impact than all the planets. But I'm saying, explain what you're saying.
See, God, hey, young, you know, sometimes you get to find out, man, who make the weather and who bring the weather, man.
Mm-hmm. Asiatic mathematics said astrology seems like it's tied with an agenda involving psychology as well, being that they try to place personality traits on people. Yeah, see, that's something. Look, the word means the study of the stars. You know, these different things, this is a modern thing that they doing. But it's the same way as, you know, people think you're gonna read the book of the dead and have magical powers.
Like,
you know you misunderstand it.
Cats don't understand. Just because the Greeks did it don't make it old.
Remember the Greeks The Greeks got it from the Egyptians.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and they perverted it. They took what they had and perverted it.
True Self says, indeed, the moon affects the tides and the fluids in our body. SW said, seasonal affective disorders. Supreme scientist, that's what I'm saying. The horoscope, yeah, that's BS. Listen, you know, somebody telling you they giving you the truth for 35 cents in the back of the paper, you know, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? That is ridiculous. I got you.
You know, you get to see how ridiculous it is if you read them all. Like, I used to read them all. You feel me? I used to read them all. Like, that would say the same thing mine said. That would say the same thing mine said, just different language.
Yeah. Now, I mean, Supreme Scientist, it's almost like you're walking into these. It's almost like you're walking into these.
Like I said, man, some make it, some bring it, man. You know what I mean? A lot of people might not understand what that means.
Supreme Scientist said everything you guys are discussing is covered by real science, i.e. astronomy, psychology, sociology. And what I'm saying is that those things come from
astrology.
You know, I mean, I understand your point, but I'm saying that all of these things come from astrology. It's like, listen, you know, kaopectate might work better than chewing on a couple of pectin leaves. You know, I don't know if everybody in here know pectin is a substance that's in some kind of plant that's in Africa, and they was taking it to settle their stomach. And the pectin is the active ingredient in kaopectate. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand that, yeah, there's been other advances or whatever that you may be speaking about, but the history is still the history.
Like people forget it was. Everybody didn't agree to stop searching. There's some people that agreed to keep searching. They still searching today.
What process? What is she talking about? The CPU was making fortune cookies. Yeah, listen, man. Okay, now this is what I was saying, Supreme Scientist. I mean, you saying now that seasonal disorders don't affect each person the same. Yeah, but Supreme Scientist, this is the unique thing about each person. Like, see, even in the science, when people do those horoscopes, even in the science of the horoscope stuff, those ones that you see in the newspaper, right, are not accurate because they're not exact according to that science. In the actual horoscopes, you have to know the place where a person was born, meaning the longitude and the latitude, and you got to know the time of day.
Yeah. And they don't even call that a horoscope. They call that I forget what they call it, some chart. It's a chart.
Right.
Like they try to find out the exact time you was born and all that shit. Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying in Supreme Science is that, yes, seasonal disorders is not going to affect everybody the same. Just like everybody don't really have the same horoscope like they show you in the paper. You see what I'm saying? But let me tell you something though, Supreme Scientists. The way we all applying ourselves to the power month and the power day, we ain't all dealing with it the same. See, if you 12 years old, if your mathematics is knowledge, wisdom, and you was born at a certain time, you don't even know but I know to activate at the same time I activate. Because of the position that the sun and moon was in. Because of how many revolutions the earth made around the sun since I was here and then you came. All of this is impacting us.
Like you gotta know that. It's like you gotta know that. Like that's basics.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see that. Like that's basic. That's like knowledge is to know.
See, this is King Shah. King Shah saying again, astronomy states facts about the universe. Astrology gives you an ego stroke about meeting a soulmate at Taco Bell on Tuesday because your Jupiter is in the 9th house. So I'm saying all of this symbolism, right, that we have when we have Ra being the sun god, you know what I'm saying, coming from Egypt. All of these things you're saying are pseudoscience. I'm asking supreme scientists.
It's 10 o'clock.
Like I remember I had to look that word up one day, pseudoscience. Like somebody said that to me. You feel me? Mm-hmm. And I was like,
well, you know, this is a word.
A lot of times.
This is a word. You know, I'm familiar with this word from Sinetta Channel.
Mm.
This is a term. You know, when you read 30 books in 2 months. That's what you
like 30 books is like how you giving that back? Like, you feel me? That tank got to be full. Like you gotta be like never being quiet if you read 30 books in 2 months. Like you can't be quiet. Like you gotta read out loud, talk about everything you read. Yeah, and it was funny too, right? Because the cat said, yeah, and maybe you you deal with such a pseudoscience or something. And then he was like, and I'm going to leave you with OTET. Like that threw me off right there. Yeah. Like they're the kind of people that use them kind of words.
So I'm asking you, supreme scientists, do the planets have any impact on life on the earth whatsoever and people?
Man, like cats be disassociating themselves from the science, man. Like if you don't know and understand, like that you got the power to stop all this shit, you ain't gonna get it, man. Because you ain't gonna look for that. You ain't gonna look to find ways to use that power. You know what I'm saying? Like you only gonna go as far as your knowledge take you, man. And if you can't get past knowledge, you're not going nowhere.
So hold on, wait a minute. So supreme scientists, you're saying absolutely everything has an impact. So you're not trying to have it both ways right now, 793rd? The first thing you're saying is pseudoscience, and then you're saying it does have
it got a pseudo impact.
Yes, you know, I'm not understanding.
It got a pseudo impact.
I'm not understanding. Yeah, Asiatic mathematics said the Egyptologists, the Kemetic brothers. Shout out to the Kemetic brothers, though. You know, they scholarship is excellent. You know what I'm saying? But he was saying they overuse the word pseudo. But I mean, you know, let's you know, I brought up some examples, right, of things that is astrology, not astronomy. The question is, does it impact as described by astrology? Wait a minute, by astrology and not by the newspapers. That's what I'm asking. That any other time, if we was talking about this crisis, then you would tell me how the newspapers got a whole bunch of fake news. But now we only can go by what they say in the newspaper.
That's now, if I'm not mistaken, ain't that kind of like the definition of kind of pseudo?
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Listen. Hey, listen, anybody in here that's ever been locked up, can we give Supreme Scientific a little paragraph, maybe, a couple words, not even a paragraph, a couple words on how that sunlight affects your life when you first walk
You feeling like a brand new baby.
Can we get a little wisdom on how that sunlight affects your life?
Look, man. Like that whole science is like sensory deprivation. Like everything be the same color, everybody wear the same color. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit crazy. That shit crazy. I remember one time we was talking about that Eastern State Penitentiary at the time it was built. It was the largest man-built structure on the North American continent.
That's not astrology.
You feel me? Like,
well, listen, Supreme Scientist. I think we might need to define astrology. If I don't, which part here? Which part here are you? I'm saying that the sun is impacting people's personality and character, and is based on the position and characteristics of the sun and the earth. Okay, you're familiar with circadian rhythms. Astrology is about rhythms and cycles. I'm saying which part, where's there's got to be some disconnect here. I'm taking it that, you as my learned brother of many books should be able to let me know where the disconnect is between what we're saying. waiting on Supreme Scientist. Okay. So here we go. We got some definitions up here, right? SW put the definition of astrology, the divination of the supposed influences of stars and planets on human affairs and terrestrial events by their positions and aspects. Definition of astronomy, the study of objects and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere and their physical and chemical properties. Asiatic mathematics says, so are we saying the stars have an impact on Earth life? I mean, maybe I'm too simple-minded here. It's possible because some of the stuff y'all say is quite complicated. The sun is a star. What kind of question is that? Do the stars have impact on Earth life? Of course. Scientists said, be more specific than rhythms and cycles. No, you said that it's a circadian rhythm. And what I'm saying is that everything in anything you're dealing with planets, you're dealing with space, you're dealing with time, you're dealing with the solar system, you're dealing with cycles. 365 days a year, 24 hours in a day. What do you mean? What kind of questions are these? I don't make this stuff up. I just report it. What are y'all talking about? Have we entered the twilight zone? Leland Snoddy said astrology is the study of the stars as the navigation on boats once used the stars to guide their voyage versus people saying stars guide your personal life. The first is true the first is true and living, the second is not. Thank you, Leland Snoddy. Daniel Addison said the sun has an impact on all life. Supreme Scientist said, be specific. How did Mercury and Venus affect you today? Literally. Are you okay, Supreme Scientist? Like these questions, wait a minute, man, wait a minute. We are aware, oh my brother, of many books. We are aware in some of those books, right? You had to have read that our solar system is in an equilibrium. It's in a balance where everything in our solar system is having an impact on everything else. Remember, each of the planets is also affecting how far they are from the sun. I mean, is that who is not seeing the forest for the trees here? That when we call this a solar system, what is a system? And maybe I need all of this stuff defined over for me. I'm talking about literally. I'm talking about literally. Now, if you expected me to tell you that Mercury and Venus made me feel like slapping somebody in the face, or they made me sad, now you're not teaching what I'm teaching. You're teaching something else. You're not like me. These questions are crazy. Yadi Mathematics said, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the stars in 88 constellations. Yo, man, what is the universe, man? We got to start all over, man. Apparently, there's some new science being taught in school now. I remember people just say that, like, nah, I got the old math. What do us as people, what do we consist of? What do we consist of? SW said my Mercury treats me well. Might get upgraded. You see, man, you can't be serious around y'all, man. Try to be serious, man. See, this is the type of thing I'm saying. Here we go. Asiatic Mathematics says, I know the sun is a star, but generally speaking, when we say stars, we're excluding the sun. All right, that's what you're doing. So now you explain it in that way, however you want to break this down, in a way where the sun is not a star, then you got to explain that. Remember, everything that's in the solar system, right, exploded out of the sun, right? Everything, including us. We one and the same with all that stuff that's out there. If you listen to what's the guy's name, the astronomy guy, the black guy. What's his name? I can't recall his name. But he has videos where he says that people are made of stardust. Like, what? Just are these 5%ers I'm talking to? New King Shah said, if the devil was born under the right celestial positions, would that make him other than his own self? King Shah, when you say he was born 6,000 years ago, what is that time based on? It's based on celestial movement, is it not? So him being born at that time, all of that's together. How do you separate that? Like, if you was born in 1940, would you have been able to be a 5%? If you was born in 1700, would you? What kind of question is that? It says rhythm, time, cycle are all measurements used to understand the heavenly bodies. The bar says circadian rhythms, agriculture, farming, sports, masonry, childbirth, all affected by the sun reproducing life. Queen Mega said night because, she's talking about the circadian rhythms and different cycles. Fly Phrase said all planets revolve around the sun. SW said y'all be overcomplicating teachings or misunderstanding the application. Our lessons are relative to all these things in simple form. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I don't understand these things. What are we talking about? What have we been here talking about the sun, moon, and star all this time for? What are we talking about that for? Chief said, like, if you have a pen on the desk, the pen exerts a force on the desk, and the desk exerts a force on the pen. Supreme Scientist said, be specific. If everything has an effect, then why are you only mentioning planets without even detailing how they affect you? Astrology makes specific claims. The people in the newspaper are making those claims that you say. What do you mean specifically? Do you want to know, like, see, for instance, I know, right, that the pull of the gravity on the planet Earth is 32 feet per second squared, right? I don't know right now on Cap what's the pull of gravity on Mercury and Venus, but I know that pull of gravity exists. The same way that I know that right now Jupiter and Saturn, that because of they have so much gravitational pull that they attract most of the meteorites in our solar system. So there's a meteorite belt, it's something called a meteor belt, that rotates far away from us because of the pull of Jupiter. So instead of those meteors hitting the planet and possibly destroying life here, they over there. And this is an equilibrium that our solar system is in specifically. It's not the equilibrium that your fish tank is in. It's not the equilibrium that your car is in. These questions. Leonard Snyder said, when it comes to the culture, the mathematics would be the sun, the planets would be the sun, the alphabets, the moon, and the lessons is gravity, and we are stars, planets. The culture is our orbit. All right, yeah, that's the way you draw it up. That's your astrology. That's peace. King Shah said, I agree that the lessons are based in astrology. Joseph said, how about we see what happens when a huge star with a great gravitational pull will have on the planet when it passes by? This is when tsunamis hit. Now, as one said, we just got at least 3 definitions of astrology. How is he still saying that? He can read all them books and read a couple of these comments. Sun, moon, and stars. Sun, moon, and stars, man, woman, and child is astrology 100%. Yeah. King Me, what's the signs, man? You see King Me in a minute. What's Queen Mecca say here? She says, true, but scientifically, it's the opposite. What it said, wake if sun is out, rest if after sunset. But I experiment because everyone isn't the same, so I test hypothesis. What is this supreme scientist, man, with your 1 million questions and your no answers? Fly Phrase says, if you can see it, you can solve the mystery. The answer revolves around your history. So it says here, so carefully I dropped this degree, scientifically and realistically, who is God? Calm Islamly said, astrology is the study of the effect and or relation of planetary bodies in regard to human beings. Astronomy is the study of planetary bodies and how they operate within their own domain. Supreme Scientist said, cats are dumb talking shit about reading books. Let me know when y'all finally realize I'm right. See, that's what I'm saying. See, now it's not that we talking about you reading the books. It's that we talking about what you got from the books, Supreme Scientist. We talking about what you got from the books. See, you read your books and then you think we dumb. You see, you're not very scientific at all, Supreme Scientist. No, see, now you want to go back to cycles. We was talking about this for a minute. And I mentioned more than cycles. See, you talking about dumb. See, somebody likes to play dumb here that reads a lot of books. So you read all those books, but what did you get from them? See, because first you said, right, in this conversation, you said, absolutely, everything is having an effect. When I said, are you saying that the planets are not having any effect on life? You said, no, everything is having an effect. And then you turn around and ask me, so show me specifically how it's having an effect. Are you listening to yourself? See, that's what happens. That's what happens. That's what we asking you. What did you get from those books? Tell us something. Tell us something. Don't tell us about pseudoscience. Tell us something. Go ahead. Teach. Since cats are dumb. Now, we ain't talking about no straw man supreme scientist. This don't filibuster supreme scientist. Don't filibuster. Tell me how those two things don't contradict. You said everything has an effect, and then you turn around and ask me, how does it have an effect? Is that not what happened? Oh, now because it's my video. See, Supreme Scientist, I've been suspecting you. All I can tell you is you're not like me. And this forum right here is not really the place for you. It's not for the faint of heart over here. See, over here, we show and prove. We don't show and tell. Are you sure? What are these 330 books that you read? Dr. Seuss? Go ahead, show and prove it. Show and prove to me how everything in astronomy is right and exact. Go ahead and show and prove to me right now that everything in astronomy is right and exact. So what you bring up any points for? What you start for typing on the phone if now you can't show and prove because it's typing on the phone? Now you can't show and prove because it's typing on the phone, but you can start on the phone, but you can't finish on the phone. Oh, Neptune is fucking with my emotions now. Neptune is fucking with my emotions now. You didn't log in to show and prove. What'd you log in for? What'd you log in for? Because see, this is the place where you show and prove. It's not the place where you log in if you don't want to show and prove. LOL. LOL. Would you even? Who are you? What's your name, man? For real. What's your real name? Now you can show and prove what you're saying on the chat because you showed it, right? If you typed it and we saw it, you showed it. So why'd you say something you couldn't show and prove? Why'd you even come in the forum where you couldn't prove what you were saying? Why'd you start? We're not asking you to prove you could fight. We're not asking you to prove how high you could jump. We're asking you to prove that everything that they say in astronomy is correct. Because we've already discussed how the planets have an impact on life right here on the planet. You gave us 1,000 excuses to how, yeah, that's an impact, but it's not specific. You got all these excuses. Who are you for real? Who are you for real, man? And what are these books you read? You saying I didn't show and prove astrology is a science, it doesn't matter because you agree that everything is in fact having an impact. Remember, this is being recorded. This is being recorded. So I don't know why you want to play games. The same kind of question you asking me, you said prove everything they say in astronomy is correct because see, you asking me a question, right? If I point out to you certain things that's scientific, certain things that we know, right? Like I pointed out about the asteroid belt. I pointed out about gravity. I pointed out the equilibrium of everything in the solar system. And then for that, you were saying, yeah, but it's saying this, it's saying that. So what I'm saying is that the actual fact is that astronomy is at least just as much guesswork as astrology. Because right now, if you ask 100 scientists, what is the Big Bang about? How many answers you going to get? How many answers you going to get? If you ask them about how big the universe is, how many answers you going to get? Now, supreme scientists, don't tell me what nobody else is advocating. This is me talking to you. Don't hide behind what nobody else is advocating. We talking about what you said and what I said. Yeah, Speed Racer. He's supposed to be the supreme scientist, but all he's talking is philosophy so far. You explain to me what dark matter is. Explain that to me, Mr. Astronomy. Mr. 30 Books. And explain to me exactly how it's impacting the planet. Mr. Astronomy. And all the rest of you astronomers out there, I want you to explain to me the science of that when you're saying that it's so much more scientific. You still here, Supreme Scientist? You still here? Because see, you're quick to dispute things, but you're slow to explain what you mean by anything that you say. So when we start playing like that, nah, Kip Sylvester, everything is we don't even bring that up. You see what I'm saying? Look, here he comes. Here he comes, Supreme Scientist. No, explain how dark matter determine your personality at birth, Mr. Astrology. This is your answer. This is answered. The Supreme Scientist. Explain how dark matter determine your personality at birth. So I asked him a question, and this is what he do. So this is what I'm saying. See, he's quick to make the claim, but slow to explain. What I'm asking you is, what part of being a 5% is that? What part of being a 5% is that? Supreme Scientist, will you do your teaching? No, Kip Sylvester, you my people. Kip, don't Kip. This is you gotta bear with us 5%. You gotta bear with us. We do this kind of thing. I grew up like this. See, this is how I know that this guy is not like me. King Shah admits there's a lot of guessing with dark matter, still very much understood by the scientific community. This is what I'm saying. So when you say that astrology, there's a lot of guesswork going on, and there's a lot of things that they're saying affect the planet that we really not sure about. What are you using to make that scale? How do you put one over the other when you're saying that both of them have their guesswork aspects? Unique. I had what's going on. It figured that this type of I don't know. The beacon must have went out. Supreme Scientist now says he didn't get an answer yet. Strangely, I've noticed in the 2 or 3 weeks since I've noticed you on my live and in other places, you haven't had one answer yet. You have not had one single answer. Not a single one. What is your name? Explain to me, what's your equality, man? You said you didn't come here to show and prove. Clearly you didn't come to build. What's your equality? Blair Snotty, that's actually a good one. Let me write that down, man. I'm gonna look. Those are gonna be out probably tomorrow. I like that one. Kick myself out the room somehow. I don't even know how that happened. But see, just to get beyond that and explain to y'all in the room, what I'm saying is that, listen, man, when what is a cipher? A cipher don't have no beginning or ending. And why we can say that is because it's always complete. It always comes back. Like if you have an idea, you manifest something in the cipher and people don't understand, by the time you explain what you said, it's supposed to be coming back full circle to the idea that you first manifested. So what what I tell y'all all the time, man, beware of what the 10% do. See, the 10%, what they do, they talk over your head and tell you things you could never understand. And when you ask for answers, they tell you that God moves in mysterious ways. See, that's the butt bringing rain, hail, snow, and earthquake. Because you never have no answers. Because the 10% is not really teaching you. They just letting you hear thunder above your head. See, the thunder above your head, notice that. The words that they speaking, that whatever that thunder is, that's the only stuff that never reach you. The rain, the hail, the snow, and the earthquake, that reaches us, that affects us in a real way. But see, the thunder above your head, that just scared you when you were a little kid. That's what he's talking. thunder above our heads, or he think it's above our heads, not above my head, because we know I'm not trapped in the atmosphere. I travel at the rate of God. See, I understand the wisdom. 32 feet per second squared. I'm not frozen. So you can't just tell me anything. I know how to recognize the characteristics of Yaqub and Musa and the trader and everybody else you want to name. You want to say something over here? Make sure that reaches the planet, because we ain't responding to thunder above our head over here. When you go out in the atmosphere, when you teaching whatever you teaching and whoever you teaching, you got to teach that completely. See what we dealt with, the whole, when we was dealing with this today. We dealt with the science of being complete and dealing with the what? Details. Because see, those details, like they say, that's where the devil is. Sometimes that's where the truth is too. When you want to get to the real crux of the core and know what the truth is, you got to get into the details. Somebody just tell you a person walked from there to there, and then that happened. Well, okay, I don't know what happened. Don't come in here to give me or the people in my room no information. What we want over here is knowledge. See, we know how to recognize wisdom and how to recognize talking. You may be speaking intellectually, but you're not building. See, I know the difference between supreme mathematics and high-level arithmetic. And hopefully, everybody else is seeing right now the difference between the good equality. You see the difference between the good equality and actually being 7. We see the difference between this is what I'm saying. What I'm going to is the actual science of what we dealing with. Let me tell you something. A person could piss on your head and tell you that it's rain. I see original seed and infinite came in. A person could piss on your head and tell you it's rain. Am I not supposed to analyze the actual piss and say, wait a minute, you can tell me what you want to tell me, but I'm experiencing what's happening here. See, I already left the church. This is what I want everybody to know. I left the church. I don't want nobody telling me nothing that when I ask them a question about it, they ain't got no answer except God moving mysterious ways. Like, I'm paying attention. You got to say this stuff to the people that ain't paying attention, man. That's the whole science, man. See, God, especially God, when you're dealing with a 5%, man. See, one thing I always say, when you come in this nation, man, the great thing about us is we give you the whole thing the first day. As soon as you meet us, we tell you the ultimate truth that you got. We start you off with the answers. So when I'm talking to somebody and I can't never get the answer, what is that telling me? You're not one of us. Supreme just came in the building. Oh man. Supreme just, actually, man, I tell y'all, I've been seeing about this dude. Yeah, Bar King, this thing went, you know what I'm saying, all the way left. You know what I'm saying? Basically, because, people don't understand how to speak publicly, man. And how to, when you going out into the mist, man, like, those are some of the practical things that we learn just being in the cipher. When you growing up in the cipher, you building in the cipher, you going through, you know what I'm saying? You learning how to articulate yourself and be a leader. No matter how much knowledge you got, right? You could have just been you on the mathematics and all the rest of us know 120 lessons. When it's your turn to build, when you manifesting, you are the leader. At that moment, when you speaking, you the best knower. You better be. If you stand in sight for 5%. And what I'm saying is that's got to translate into how you teaching out there. When you go out into the midst of the atmosphere and you say, yo, the black man is God, and people say, no, you're not. You gonna start asking them questions? Or you gonna add on? Like that's the way. Look, actually, that's how it was. When the brother said manifest, that meant to add on. See, you know what I'm gonna have on the next live that I come on for the picture that I have on the screen? The 7 characteristics of a wise man. Unique. I add you. Do you recall when you got the 7 characteristics of a wise man? Like you got that with your lessons. Like when you got your name, you got the 7 characteristics of a wise man. And see, a lot of things what I see going on right now, Supreme Justice Peace. A lot of things I see going on right now, if we just went back to dealing with the 7 characteristics of a wise man, see, wise men don't answer questions with questions because the wise men speak direct and to the point. See, a lot of the stuff y'all be talking about, wise man doesn't speculate. See, that's why I keep telling y'all the 4 is extremely important. It's not just the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It's not just what you doing with that, how you living it out. That's why we got the 7 characteristics of a wise man, because it also was the standard in how you living that out. What you doing with this? Like, okay, this is how you gonna carry yourself now. Like whatever that stuff you was doing just yesterday. Yeah, and he only speaks on what he knows and can show and prove. Exactly. Supreme Scientist, what answer for you? You got your answer right now. You see, here you come back with more questions. No, we want to know where your equality is. You can come in on here on my lives for whatever period of time. What you got for us? See, everybody else added on except you. Everybody else added on except you. Premier, what's going on? When is it that you going? What you got to add on to the cipher? Let us know. Will you coming on here for to get my jewels, and you can't even tell me your name?
It's 11 o'clock.
And this stuff you saying, I don't even know who's saying that. You just making stuff up and just saying it. No one knows what you're talking about. Did I read what? Your 30 books in 2 months that you read? No, I don't know. I don't do that. You know, you're going to continue to make these ridiculous claims that you got out the newspaper and ignore the things what I said fully and totally, and then ask me to answer some question. No, you came on here advocating for astronomy. So I asked you about a few things about astronomy, not stuff that, you know, scammers in the newspaper are saying. I asked you about stuff that the actual scientists, the actual astronomers are saying. No. Pluto's too close, Daniel Addison. Pluto's too close. That's still our solar system. That ain't got nothing to do with it. But I will say this, Supreme Scientist, you know, because I'm you know, I'm that type of person. If and when the occasion ever arises that me and you somewhere at the same time, see, because I don't know what you look like. Like I see this little picture right here, but I don't know what you look like. Right? Just keep walking right on past me. Like, don't stop and try to build, you know what I'm saying, as if, you know, well, that was on there, and then maybe now we're going to be able to come to understand. Just keep it pushing. If you're not gonna answer no question, that's fine with me. I come on here every day and build. So it's, I don't need you, We don't do this. See, that's what I find about a lot of these people, man, is there's an internet, I had a dude tell me a whole bunch of stuff one time, man. A whole bunch of stuff, man. And then I seen him. He came to the studio and went to get on my track. Lots of people. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, we ain't gotta pretend. Like you said, you said that we unlike. I told you not like me. All right. But in terms of the people that come on here, whoever consider themselves building with me, you know what I'm saying? If you learning some things, I'm just telling you, that's not what you do. If you can't, matter of fact, that is what this is from, Darkim. You started this. Yo, that's right, man. Darkim started this. Do you feel important? Supreme Scientist said, dude, I'm dude now. He said, dude made an entire joint about me and the fact he believes in astrology. Do you feel important now, Supreme Scientist? Yeah, this is uploaded to the page, Supreme Scientist. Do you please? Would you like me to do that? I mean, like I said, I'm not a person that plays backseat, Supreme Scientist. Like I told you. See, we don't have to discuss what I believe because, like I said, I come on here every day and build. When it came to the actual sciences, you know what I'm saying, that I was discussing, like I said, look, we deal with sun, moon, and star, man, woman, and child. We deal with the signs of all that above is caused by the Son of Man. See, that's the first thing. If you want to talk about, first of all, what happens out there is based on what happens inside of me, first of all, first and foremost. These are my teachings. Claire B1. See, these are my teachings. See, you come on here and start one of these, I read 30 books last month, arguments. Oh, now you telling me that's not astrology. See, that's what I'm saying. You come in and you make up your own stuff. So tell us about astronomy. Like, let's leave it there. You said that what I said is not astrology. Okay. So we agree that what I said is right and exact. Can we agree on that, Supreme Scientist? Supreme Scientist. Bueller. Can we just agree on that? Wow, this one is taking a while for you to answer. You said what I said was vague and ambiguous, but was it wrong? Because see, I just want to let's say let's not waste no more time on that, right? And now let's get into what you say. You know, you having a hard time. It seems like you having a hard time admitting that you can't really disagree with what I said. You can only redefine what I'm talking about and then say that your redefinition is wrong. But when it comes to what I'm saying, you said it was vaguely and ambiguously right. Or are you saying that it's unverifiable what I said? What do you mean by vague and ambiguous? You know, because that appears to be vague and ambiguous of a description of what I said. Born Love is here. Born Love, why you ain't speak up, man? You letting this guy here because you know this is really supposed to be Hotep week. This is supposed to be Hotep week. And now, like Supreme Scientist said, dude made a whole joint about him. And in fact, he believes in astrology. See, that's one good thing about being on the record. That's one good thing about being on the record. I ain't got a name drop. I ain't got to tell people, yo, well, this is what I meant. Nah, man, I'm on the record, my G. I was seen and heard doing what I was doing and teaching what I was teaching. There's people, ciphers exist to show and prove that my knowledge went to Born. Nah, SW, it's still Hotep week. We just listen. We can't let when we Hotep it, we can't let Supreme Justice talk. We had to shut his mic off when we get back to the Hotep part. But see, that's the good thing, like I said, about being seen and heard everywhere. I don't gotta tell people, yo, well, you know, in this year, I was, you know, nah, man. See, and listen, this is what I'm telling you. That's how the 5% that I came up in is. We see, even now, we on here, that's why I always ask people, where you from? That's how I always ask people, man, where is you from? All these, because see, listen, man, back in the days, everybody was seen and heard. Like, look, you couldn't be an infiltrator. because we all knew each other from junior high school and elementary school. Like, I might not know everybody here from junior high, but I know this brother from junior high, and he used to live on his block, but he went to Catholic school, so that's why I didn't meet him before. You know, I didn't carry this brother's groceries in his house for his moms when he wasn't even there. I just happened to be, out there. I seen his moms, yo, you need help. That's being seen and heard, boots on the ground. People could tell you, oh, yeah, that kid right there, yeah, he's standing in the corner and have all the kids up there. I don't know what they was doing. People, parents know me. People, children know me. So, see, you can't come up here and say, I believe nothing, my man. Because I've been seen and heard everywhere doing what I do. And see, like I always tell y'all, listen, I don't experiment with high explosives. I know what high explosives are. And I know what they do, and I know how to use them. So when they see me over there, they don't see me experimenting. They see me over there manifesting the signs that the black man is Almighty God Allah. See, Bob King says some are only seen and heard via social media. See, yeah. Bob King said their tree traces back to Mark Zuckerberg. Now that's a shirt right there. Ah, man, that was the one of the night right there. I gotta give you that one. It's still is that was, yeah, SW. I had to get off Facebook too. I gotta jump off over there where I post what's the name, but I don't really go in there and manifest. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, Original Seed say, from Medina where the gods is meaner and the grass is greener. You know what I'm saying? So you could take that on face value. You understand what I'm saying? But with that saying, man, is Medina is where you're gonna have to show and prove and build. See, the guys is meaning we ain't falling for the okie doke. And what make the grass grow? Light and water, knowledge and wisdom. So it's Medina is where you got to show and prove and build. See, a lot of people is used to you being in a forum where everybody agree with you. See, that's another thing that happens. I don't know if that's because who it might have been Asiatic mathematics, or it might have been Blayland Snotty. And he brought up something, and look, that's actually the science. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Where he was saying that, where he rests at out in California, he's out there, the people see him as luck. People see him like he's the father because nobody else in that atmosphere got the knowledge. So over there, you know what I'm saying? That happens all the time in the knowledge, God. Where a person comes around, right? They come around with some people that they teaching, right? And those people that they teaching look up to them, like, oh man, this the God right here. But then when they come amongst the whole body, they realize that, this brother don't really, he know how to introduce me to the science, but he don't really know the science. The original seed said, yeah, indeed, or you couldn't come outside. You didn't socialize with us. So that's why I said, look, that's another reason why I say that. Is that, listen, when I say, look, some people ain't like me. See, look, you know, see now, like Bar King was saying, you come on the internet and your tree could go back to Zuckerberg. You understand what I'm saying? But, you know, when I was getting it, the only way to get it was you had to walk with God. And that in and of itself, right? That in and of itself is something where you got to be like me. Like, we got to be interested in the same stuff. Especially, like, look, we kids. Universal, what's going on? We kids, so, you know, if we look at you as, you know, out of place for whatever reason, we not maintaining with you. If you're not into the things that I'm doing, you not like me. But King said truth is truth, regardless of where you at, can be shown and proven in no limit of time. Supreme Justice said, I was just building with the God about that yesterday. Whoever we teach and wherever we teach, they take what we say as gospel. We have to be careful what we say to them. Yeah, that's a whole other aspect you bringing up right there, Supreme Justice. You know, in terms of our responsibility, you know, you can't just go around. That's another reason why we don't deal with all this speculation and all that stuff like that. Because word is life. And from your word, you know, if your words is twisted, then the life that comes from that word is going to be twisted. But all that is about the science of teaching, you know what I'm saying? Wherever you go. Like, there's some people, you know what I'm saying, that look, you know, they may never even say nothing to you. It's people that, you know, I you know, brothers and sisters I ran into, me and them never had a conversation. But they just recall that, yo, you know, I recall when you came around the block, man, and everybody started getting the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And maybe this particular individual, like, look, I was at the what's the name one time, you know what I'm saying, when I was going to school. And it was a dude I knew, I was talking to him. You know what I'm saying? It was a dude I knew that I was talking to him, right? Like, he was my people in school. And some other kid that he knew, he was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? The kid over there, he said that you from his block. I was like, you know, which block is that? He started describing it. And I was like, yeah, no, I never rested around there. But the kid still knew me, and he still knew of what my influence was over there. I said, poor knowledge is very dangerous. Lord Just came in, Cypher King said, yeah, brothers may be high powered in their little area, but when they come around the true and living gods, they get exposed that some of them don't even have the basic foundation of this science of life. Supreme Just said that's how strange fruit come about, and then they try to multiply. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it goes into the science. Remember, we was dealing with the science of made planets and grown planets. See, when you first come into this knowledge, you know, it's about the brothers who's giving you the knowledge. If you get the knowledge around brothers that's on point, you're going to be on point. If you get the knowledge around brothers that's off point, most likely you're going to be off point. And then you either grow out of some things or you grow into some things that either make you successful or unsuccessful in your endeavors. You found your own law to say, okay, yeah, this might have been the way it started, but this is the way that's right. Just because that's how you started or just because that's how you heard all the time, that don't make it right. And then once you got your law right and exact, you become the beginning for other planets that you make born. But see, how you going to do that unless you know the science of coming in tune with brothers and putting your heads together? See, that's a part of the science. We can't come together and see Allah if we refuse the bill. See, if you come on here, you listen to me for hours, but then I ask you your name, crickets. Crickets. Now, as Born said, talking is one thing you can't do without breathing. Your word is life. Ivy King said, and then you find out they were teaching wrong. Original C says sound travels at 1,120 feet per second. That you have not heard that your word is born with the 11 and 20 is the truth is squared. See, that's that's when you know how to use the mathematics right there. But King said a one-eyed man can easily be king amongst the blind. Different story when you amongst those who are not easily led in the wrong direction. Yeah. See, the science is shown and proven. It was so the older brothers was impressing on us so much about showing and proving. Let me tell you something that used to happen in Cypher. It's today's degree. Let's say you on the 1 to 10. So you come in, you quote the day's degree in the 1 to 10. Now the cipher that I came up in, brothers ain't had to say manifest. When you quoted the degree, you couldn't say nothing without manifesting your understanding. Like whatever it was, if it's today's mathematics, you got to say what it is, and you got to say how you see it. You know what I'm saying? So let's say it's today's degree, you quote the 1 to 10, and then you say how you see it, right? There were certain brothers that would just say, word is bond, just to see how you react to that. If you said word is bond, God said, that's peace, God, and the cipher will go on. But if you express some doubt, then the cipher is going a whole other direction. Temperature on the hot seat has been turned on maximum. But King said, who's the first non-born from the Zuckerberg tree? See, I don't listen. I try not to take shots. I try not to take shots on my channel, you know what I'm saying? But it's definitely some people speaking our science, that I've asked personally, how you got this? And they didn't have a good answer. You know what I'm saying? But that was the science because we all supposed to be leaders. That's what I'm saying. And that's another thing that I tell people that listen, man, everything that we go through in this cipher, it's not hard. See, like right now, this crisis that we in and how you gonna react to this, you know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be winners and losers when everything gets started back up. So right now, in this day and time, this is a time where we like I said, we have to activate our knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Not just, verbally. So like I said, man, there's things that you don't even get a chance to mess up one time in life. If that gets messed up, game over. But when we quoting degrees or we building like this right here, then yeah, we quote it tomorrow then. We can correct ourselves right now. But some things in life, like for instance, with this crisis, like we were saying, if your health, if you wasn't taking care of your health already, you wasn't taking care of yourself, eating the right foods, you already, listen, it's too late. No doubt I had you my brother for life too. But then we have to actually use that knowledge and wisdom to save our life. See, that's when you really know that you have some knowledge, when you can build with it. So when we get into these real situations where we have to use our knowledge and wisdom and understanding, look, when you got to use, see, put like this, let's take it to the 12 jewels. When you got to use your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and have the freedom, justice, and equality, right? Just to get food, clothing, and shelter. It's much harder. Ask everybody. It was easy for us to be God in high school. When I was in high school, you know what I'm saying? I used to live with my grandmother. And we used to rest in apartment 2A. So, young guy, you know what I'm saying? So, in my mind, the way I had that drawn up is that she's the wisdom and I'm Allah. And that because she paid the rent, she thinks she's before me. But she can't really put the wisdom before the knowledge because I'm Allah, so I'm God of this right here. See, it's easy to manifest that type of stuff in that situation. But see, like God's Cipher Divine, homeowner, I had homeowner, you know what I'm saying? Now that's a different science. Now you got to show and prove that you got it at. That's the difference. This stuff ain't hard. But going through the trials and tribulations of learning how to master your square in that cipher paid dividends when you got out there in the real world and you had to use your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, freedom, justice, and equality to get food, clothing, and shelter and have love, happiness, and be at peace. But King said there's no way to simulate the rites of passage that you have to go through in the physical when you online. You online getting bombed, you can just pull the plug or log off. In the physical, you got to deal with it. Yeah. And another thing that you hit on, Bar King, right there, is that, that's something that you got to make that choice. And when it say those that chosen is those that chose themselves, that's something that you got to make that choice to be humble enough to be in those situations. You got to make a choice, you know what I'm saying? Like you could choose to say, you know, nah, I'm not a nothing, you know what I mean? I pay my own rent or whatever. This is true. But see, that same person, for the most part, in my experience, is not doing no teaching. Because if they don't feel no responsibility to their brothers and sisters in the nation, how they gonna feel responsibility to strangers they meet in the street? The people who be saying that, yeah, I ain't gonna waste no time building with you. We going through this. They don't, where they do they teaching that? Somewhere down the line, you know, the rubber need to hit the road. It's got to be boots on the ground. Where you do your teaching at, man? What's the size? Supreme Justice. I almost don't want to ask Supreme Justice why you said that right there. Pac math. You know, I haven't heard that term in a long time, Knowledge Born. Pac math. You that's oh, that's what you was talking about. That's what you was talking about. Supreme Justice. What I was talking about when I used to wrestle my grandmother, how I had the mathematics of the apartment you know, worked out in my mind. Yeah, that's that Pac math right there. But that's what it comes down to. See, because let me tell you something, man. You know, the people that be talking about all that teaching stuff, man, look around them, man. Look around them, man. And observe the lesson from Allah getting the law school in Mecca. See, Pac math is like Pac-Man. It's video game stuff. You know, you running up high numbers but you just playing games. You know, like when I tell you how to stay away from slang and numerology, that's Pac math. But that's a term I ain't heard in a long time. Yeah, that's, you know. SW said just computer stuff. Yeah, you just the borning out the mathematics, you know, knowledge born equality, all that. Yeah, that was Pac math back in the days. But King said Universal Sham God spoke on Pac math and the Son of Man in the 80s. Yeah, Y equals self. Yeah, all that. You know, when you don't understand these slangs and where they came from, you know what I'm saying, and who was using them and why they was using them. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like I was saying, in terms of, you know, the lesson that you could draw from how the father got to school, you understand what I'm saying, is that Allah, you know, when Barry Goddard came, you know what I'm saying, to seal up, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, he told him that he needed a school so he could educate his babies, right? He had the kids around him. Like he didn't have to go find 9 people and say, yeah, these is 9 people right here I'm gonna educate. No. He was teaching. And that's why I say, listen, man, people talk about teaching stuff. Look around them, man. If you planting seeds, where's the seedlings, man? Where's the shrubs? Where's the bushes, man? Why we, you know what I'm saying? When we go around there, you know, we say, yo, what's your name? Darkim. People don't even, what? Darkim. What kind of name is it? They ain't even heard nothing like that. So you got a lot of people that their idea of teaching, right, is you think you smarter than me. See, even I got the knowledge, but you think you smarter than me, and when you come and tell me, you know what I'm saying, all these things, you think you smarter than me, and now you think you teach it. That's not what it say in a degree. That's not what it say. That's not your duty. But King said Pac-Man was the hottest game then, and some brothers was like Pac-Man, just eating everything in front of them. Good food, bad food, don't matter. Everything isn't meant for consumption. So that's, you know, teaching is something, you know, that, you know, we shouldn't have to look hard. We shouldn't have to look hard to see that you was teaching. SW said Allah showed and proved he was teaching. But King said Universal Sham God Allah saw the need to speak on it way back then, long before the internet and all the poor knowledge that is prevalent now. Well, you know, they still had the penitentiary at that time. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of things that went off course got its origin in the penitentiary. So, you know, yeah, there was definitely, you know, there was already pack math. There was definitely pack math going around at that time. Because, you know, in the fact that's what, you know, you and Supreme Justice was speaking on, where, you know, these individuals, they come back to the, you know, cipher with poor knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And then they start spreading that poor knowledge. And then, like I said, some people never grew out of it. They never went, you know, that's something that each individual, we just lost Umala, you know, Great Mind, a couple other brothers, sisters too, Omala, you know, a couple people, but saying that, you know, when Allah said you want to see me, all you gotta do is come together, right? You know, I did that on my own. Meaning I brought the brothers together within my mental. You see what I'm saying? Meaning that I went around different brothers from everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I went around brothers that is the firstborn in the desert, brothers that's the firstborn in Medina, brothers that's the firstborn in Pelon, brothers, you know, I don't know too many people from Staten Island. But all wherever was the brothers, I went around and put the picture together for myself. And dealt with that type of growth and development. So you got a lot of people that they only been to one school. I mean, of course, we want mine, we want school. I'm saying a law school, but a law school is anywhere where a man got the knowledge of himself and he ain't afraid to speak on it. So if you only going around one person and you only getting that one perspective, you understand what I'm saying? And you refuse to come together with other brothers and acknowledge that there's, science and history that may not have happened in your immediate surroundings, then these is a lot of people that we see with these partial pictures. You know what I'm saying? Where people is arguing back and forth, based on, well, this is what I've heard and this is what I've heard, but we ain't really doing no research. See, this is the thing about showing and proving. Yeah, you can hear some stuff from some real good sources. That don't mean that you shouldn't show and prove it for yourself first. You know what I'm saying? Not that you doubt the person, but you showed and proved it for yourself and made that your knowledge now. So I don't have to say such and such told me. I don't have to say, yo, this person taught me this, or, I say it out of respect. But I've done the knowledge to it myself. I've lived the supreme mathematics out myself. So, like I was getting a conversation with this brother. He want to go way back, who was first, Noble Drew Ali, Elijah Muhammad. Listen, man, I'm not worried about that. Because I've used mathematics for myself now. I don't need nobody to tell me about the merit of it or the merit of who it came from. It's not going to change the actual facts of 33 years of dealing with it. Supreme Just said, God, the moment you tell a brother that came out of the prison house that something he said wasn't right and exact, you might as well be ready to fight because they ain't giving up. That's pseudoscience. We back to pseudoscience. Yeah. And that's another thing that happens in the nation, that I don't agree with, is when, you got certain ciphers that they almost teaching against other ciphers. You got people that's their whole conversation is about how everybody else besides their tree is not keeping this thing right and exact. And so once you've taught a whole group of people this, they're not going to come in tune with other people, to look, listen, observe, and respect. They're going to come around other people to argue about the perspective that they got from the one school that they believe in, not the school that they examine. Because to examine, right, you can't just weigh, look, you got sugar and you got shit, right? You put them on a scale to see which what. You can't just weigh the sugar. You got to put both on the scale. You got to look at both sides to examine things. So you got a lot of brothers that's caught up, See, for me, everything is under consideration. Like whatever person tells me, like, okay, it's under consideration. I heard you say that. And if I'm motivated enough, I may go research that. If not, then maybe I'll hear something or I'll read something or I'll come across something at another point that may add on with this what you told me, and then it become useful to me. So it's under consideration, but I'm not jumping out the window. I'm ready to join your religion because you told me that. Musaddiq said, everything is not for consumption. That's why I don't do the knowledge to things that I know will not benefit me. Now, as Born said, when you show and prove a lot. You show and prove you can study, you can speak, you can pay attention, you can admit. It's a lot of things, yeah. Fly Phrase said, got to show and prove and manifest your own wisdom and make it understood through your own understanding. Yeah, because you're gonna end up being like a Jehovah's Witness, or like the conversation that started this. You know what I'm saying? When a Jehovah's Witness come to your rest and they start talking to you about something, if you ask them a question or something, they gotta go in their books. You ask them a question, they get sent back to their books. You can't send me back. Because I've made this knowledge my own. I built on it verbally, you know what I'm saying, and with ways and actions. SW said you got to know what you're saying and doing. Without question. What you saying and doing. Yeah, we had a nice class, you know what I'm saying? I went on a rant. But that's one of my pet peeves right there. You know what I'm saying? I don't like when people start speaking on things, you know what I'm saying? And then, when you ask to show and prove, then it's always some reason why you can't do that. You gotta prove your knowledge through wisdom, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if a person come up to you and say they know 120, how does that get proven? They gotta speak it. Or they gotta be moving, don't get me wrong, that can happen too. You could see somebody moving in a particular way where you like, yo, this cat right here, he not 85%. He got some type of knowledge. I don't know if he's God. But I notice, certain things he do. I mean, even the 85 can see that. That yo, something's different with dude. Yo, when we be going to lunch, he don't never come with us. Whenever when the boss be speaking to him, he always, the way he speak or whatever. See, it's like I said, everything. Look, it was a brother. It was a guy still around. It's a brother named Positive Influence. Positive Influence from the desert. Piece of the guy. The guy he was a brother, man. I used to build with the guy a lot, man. He used to drop a lot of signs for me. Back in the days, you know what I'm saying? I don't get to see the guy like I used to. You know what I'm saying? But one thing he said to me, man, as a very young guy, and he never stopped saying it, man. He said, listen, man, everything that we doing is being recorded on audio and videotape. And this was the 80s. This wasn't, the internet era. This wasn't the cell phone era. This wasn't the camered up era where every store you went into, like this was still the era where you could do things on the street and, in your mind, you thinking there wasn't no witnesses. As we said, everything is being recorded on audio and videotape. Now, two things you can see, or that I drew up, brothers tell you things, you got to draw it up. You know what I'm saying? what I drew up for that is, first of all, that means everything that we doing and saying, somebody's seeing it. But see, when it's recorded, that means that it can be looked at and analyzed in the future. That it might be things that you're doing right now, like somebody might see you coming from over there, right? But they don't know what you're doing coming from over there. And then they go in there and they notice that everything that's supposed to be in there is missing. See, they recorded that experience in their mind, though, of seeing you come out of there. See, how many times we've been in a situation where, because your principles and your character and who you are and what you do, right? Because it's recorded in the atmosphere amongst the people, you know what I'm saying? In the pudding that you've made, when they say the proof is in the pudding, in the fruit that you've borne. How many times has a situation like that saved you? Where a person is like, nah, I know that person's character, you know what I'm saying? I know the type of person, nah, he wouldn't, that's not him. See, that stuff that was recorded, that's going to be analyzed in the future, not by the people at the pearly gates, but by the people you going out there, and whether you have a hard time or not doing your civilizing and your teaching. Because things you're doing is being recorded. How many times you've been in a situation where a person might have been against you, but then because of your righteous behavior that they recorded, like they know, it's like, yo, you know what? Nah, this person ain't really bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might have been dealing with a black woman and they family might not have first not liked you. But then they might see improvements that came about in her life. Like, yo, you know what? This kid's all right. Or you might have been the other way, where somebody you might have first, but then it's like, nah, you know what, man? That kid, he cool, man. He got that funny thing about him, but nah, he cool people. Because everything that you looking at in real time, you know what I'm saying? You look, but you don't see. See, knowledge means to look, understanding means to see. So everything you look at, you don't necessarily understand what you're looking at first. Everything that you hear, you don't necessarily understand what you're looking at first. This is what some of the brothers, the younger brothers, the newer brothers that's just coming to the knowledge got to understand too. Some of the stuff that you hear me saying, and y'all try to come up with an understanding and you manifest something. Some of the stuff you ain't gonna understand yet. I don't want to, make myself seem more high-powered than I am. But listen, some of these stuff, what I'm saying, you may not understand. Like, listen, some of I look at the what's the names. I look at the stats. You know what I'm saying? And I see some people, I got people that watch between 18 and 55. Right? So that means that there's some people that's watching this that I've had the knowledge longer than you've been alive. Not that makes a big I or a little you, but just saying that in terms of you understanding everything what I'm saying, no, you're going to have to spend some time. Just like any other teacher, you're not going to walk in the first day and understand everything that the physics teacher is telling you. Sincere Shakim, why are you just talking now? You could have stopped this whole thing. Listen, Hotep week is going left. Hotep week is going left now. This was supposed to be Hotep week. And then I end up, going on all types of rants. Last time I tried to teach y'all anything. Try to have I'm teaching the black women some science. Yeah, you're gonna have to go back. You gotta look at the beginning. Before I started going on this rant. This is really supposed to be about the details of land and water. Yeah, Supreme Justice, it's Hotep week. Look, listen, we've already scheduled it. We're reconvening the He-Man Women's Haters Club on the born date. Then on the born date, that's when we're gonna let you de-Christian all on the business. That's when it's he said lower the ox. See, de-Christian is Hotep too. For the record, he loves Mother Earth. He wants y'all to know that. Yeah, this is Hotep week. We started out. What was the first video in this series? Was teaching the black woman, and that was the knowledge day. That was the knowledge day in the That was the knowledge day this month. Then the wisdom day, we did 24,896, and what that meant, you know what I'm saying? We made that walk and talk. Then we did the 7,926 miles. We made that walk and talk. So the day we came up, we at land and water right now. You know what I'm saying? Then we're going to get to the weight. We're going to go through the speed. Then we're going to deal with rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes. And then we get back to the God. That's how the degrees go. Right? But after that, then it gets to who's causing all this. So on that day, we're gonna have to lower the ox, as my brother SW says over here. Yeah, but that's what this really was about. See, you were supposed to come in with some of that fresh water we was talking about. We start dealing with the swamp water in here. We start dealing with that swamp water. Then it turned into the rapids. But yeah, we got any questions? Any last questions, man, before we wrap this up? Because I had went to the supermarket right before I jumped on, and I didn't get a chance to make my food yet. Y'all know I do my glorious chefing. Supreme Just said I would go into the day's degree in 1 to 10. You know what, Supreme Just? Because I got the video thing on this now. You got to let me know a day when you I am peace to the God, Bronx Massive. Yeah, you got to let me know a day when you available, right? And I can send you the link, where you come on the video with me. You know what I'm saying? And we we could build, we pick a topic and do a show on that. That's another thing that, I got a couple of people lined up. You know what I'm saying? I was doing my interviews, I was dealing with the older brothers, the firstborns and all that, but since, we have this crisis right now, I can't, I ain't really in tune with none of them. So this is my new plan right here. You know what I'm saying? To where, and just in general, I want to build with the brothers from around the nation. You understand what I'm saying? Different people add on, you understand what I mean? And we see how the sun and moon is having attracting power on that part of the planet. SW said, fresh water. Man, the salty water. I don't like the salty water. D. Christian said, don't forget the fertile and nutrient-rich soil. Yeah. But, like we dealt with yesterday, you know what I'm saying? You got the best part, you know what I'm saying? You got the deserts where, listen, it's not a lot of wisdom. See, when the heat turns up, when it get hot, the situation, when them things come out, it's not a lot of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Or a situation where, you could go over there, but you're not going to learn the whole, it's not going to be all that beneficial to you because it's not a lot of wisdom. And then you got the hills and mountains, the trials and tribulations that you go through in the ice cap land, the parts where you may be frozen out of, or you may have to freeze the people that's over there out of it. SW said, we went from tame waters to a tsunami quick. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. This is the type of thing that makes me feel, like on an average day, I don't never really think about my age. Like, I don't really feel no different. We could be standing in front of Evander right now. I wouldn't really notice the difference. But yeah, certain things happen. That was like an old person rant right there. You know what I mean? When you get a little older, things like that take you off. You know what I'm saying? Or just like, another thing I noticed that made me notice, like, man, some time has passed. And sometimes people be talking to me, I don't know what they talking about. Like, if they below a certain, I don't know what they talking about. It's like back in the days, it reminded me of back in the days, right? Somebody's talking to me, it reminded me of back in the days, right? In the early 80s, hip hop was leaving the parks. People was getting the drug money and everything. So the game, the hip hop, everything, the parties and everything is going inside the clubs. So I'm not old enough to go to the clubs and stuff like that. So I'm taping my music off the radio. But I didn't have my own radio. My pops had a radio, though, where you could tape off the radio. And whenever I used to go to the room to tell him, like, yo, let me hold the radio, you know what I'm saying? I got to make, I'm trying to make this tape. He will always be looking at me like I was speaking Martian or something. Like, what? What? What you want? Like, what's wrong with you, man? You don't understand English? Yeah, I'll be there sometimes now, man. But I don't know what people be talking about. Oh, yeah, I am. You know what it is? This is a new program that I got where I can send you the link, right? And we could all come on, right? But the problem is, for whatever reason, when I log on myself so you can see my picture, it's some kind of feedback. So I gotta figure that out. When I figure that out, then I should get it done by tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I gotta buy this program too. The free stuff, it ran out. But I like this program right here. You know what I'm saying? I could do the screenshots and all that. See, I could yeah, I gotta look up that science that the brother was talking about yesterday too. With the what's that lady name? Patty something? Whoever wasn't on the live yesterday, a brother was telling us about this lady from Delaware named Patty Cannon. That's her name. And she was tricking people. She was tricking people to come to her. She was tricking people to come to her house and telling them that she was a part of the Underground Railroad. But in reality, once the people came to her house, she would sell them back to the slave masters, or she would either sell them back to the slave masters or kill them. That was pretty crazy. So yeah, I put these screens up right there for now, man. We got carried away. Now see, look, there's another situation that you brought up right here. D. Christian said the Oasis. That's another science. Does anybody know the science of Oasis? Oasis is really an underground water source that the topography of the desert, you know what I'm saying? The surface is so close to the underground that the water is able to spring up. So, I did say there's very little wisdom in the desert, but I didn't say it was no wisdom. And see, it takes the wisest of men to be able to find that wisdom in the desert. But this is another detail that when we getting into today, see, these are all different sciences. See, that's a science, that's like a yin and yang science that you manifested right there. You see what I mean? Because look, in the land, we got water, the lakes and the rivers, in the ice cap land. And in the water, we got what? Islands. So see, it's land in the water, it's water in the land. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's that water in the desert. L. Lowry. What happened to the other L brother, man? I teach that I saw this nature program the other day, and they show how the elephant's trunk was useful because they were able to sift through the levels of dirt under the water to get the vital nutrients. Yeah, life is If our phrase says stuff the tissue at the top of the cassette and dub the radio, yeah. That was one of those things that people was tight when I found out about that. Cause I tape over your album. People go. Listen, my parents would go out and get Aretha Franklin album or something. I tape right over it. Oh man, that was crazy. Oh, you know the lady too? I am. You know about the lady Patty Cannon? That was the first I heard. Yo, I am. We was doing. It was a particular. We was going through science yesterday because it started with the brother was saying. The brother was saying about how they still got the slave selling apparatus is still up in Baltimore, not in Baltimore, in Delaware. And I was saying that the slave selling apparatus is still up in New York City too. And a lot of people didn't realize that Washington Park in that circle where they got the fountain was the slave auction block in that South Street Seaport was where the slaves used to come into. That, New York, to my knowledge, New York, Charleston, and New Orleans is the 3 biggest slave ports, followed by Boston and Newport News, Virginia. You know what I'm saying? So in the midst of showing that, and then we was going through those different histories, but you know what was bug I am? Is that when he showed me the slave auction block in Delaware, right? We had to, hold on, let me see if I still got the picture of that up. That was what was crazy to me, at least. What did I do with it? I had that picture. I don't know if you could, this is still, it looks small. Let me see if I could bring this up. I can't even recall how we did this yesterday. The technology is I still gotta figure it out. Hold on, but this is crazy though. I am. Check this out. Can you? Oh yeah, let me try to enlarge it. All right. But look at that though, I am. It's the same exact thing. Delaware Circle. I am said leader of a gang that kidnapped slaves and freed blacks from the Delmarva Peninsula and transported and sold them to plantation. Delaware, USA, died in prison while awaiting trial May 11, 1829, purportedly a suicide via poison. Yeah, it's the same exact thing where it started making me think. And then look, even the houses that's around the thing, they look just like the buildings that's at the South Street Seaport. So I started wondering, like, wait a minute, you mean every time we pass the park like that, at least on the East Coast, if it's on the East Coast and it's near the water, it's possible that we was passing a slave auction block. And look how they got the street right here and everything. Hold on. Let me see how they got the street right here. I am how the streets run right into the circle, the same way it do on West 4th Street. Like this is 5th Avenue right here. And you know what I'm saying? So I started wondering, like, was that like some Roman stuff? Like, you know, in Roman, that's what they did. They built every place the same. Like when they used to build a city, they used to build a city the same so that when the soldiers got there, you know what I'm saying, they would know, you know what I'm saying, how to move in the city. The same way like Walmart and all that is built the same so that no matter what Walmart you go into, you know how to do your shopping. Original Seed is saying that these buildings all around the slave quarters now is courthouses. So I guess you could say they still doing the same thing. they ain't really changed nothing. Would you call this again Georgetown Square? They haven't changed nothing. Good old Georgetown Square or Georgetown Circle, I think. They still sending you to slavery over there. But yeah, though, anybody got any questions about what we dealt with today? You know what I'm saying? We need to do a show on that right there. You know, the historical places in the North. You know, I'm use my brain and see how I could organize that type of thing. Where if I could find more historical places in the North, where, you know what I'm saying, because we don't have a you know, the Jim Crow and that's one thing we was talking about yesterday when we was dealing with this topic, is that the Jim Crow in the North was stronger. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say worse, you know, but stronger than Jim Crow in the South. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think anything that you applying your mental to is going to be stronger than what you could just do with the physical. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only so many night riders, you know what I'm saying, in whatever town. But the way Jim Crow is established in the North through, you know, economics, housing, you know, all these type of things is actually stronger in the North. You know, even when you look at, you know, when you look at the history and you bring it up to date, right? A lot of those towns in the South where they went down there, those towns are more integrated now than New York City. You know, other cities I haven't been to as extensively as New York, but I can tell you that New York is highly segregated. More so than a lot of these, you know, Boston, I don't know if people in the South, but, you know, Boston is known as the Mississippi of the South, man. It's the Birmingham, Alabama of the North. I am said Walmart is a hidden concentration camp quarters. It's really for people when the time comes. Yeah, it is built like that. Ah, man, look, you got to go back to, you know, we just found out that he needs to go his way. I need to go my way. But so you've been collecting information on this. Yeah, we could do that. In fact, you know what I'm saying? I can have you on the what's the names. Like I said, with this program right here, I can send you the link, and even if you're on your phone or whatever, you can come on, you know what I'm saying, and we build on the different topics. Knowledge Born said, I'm gonna do the knowledge of Philly. I know it's some places out there. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Philly was another big spot. D. Christian said Martin Luther King said Chicago was worse than the South. Yeah, because they ran him out of there. They ran him out of there. You know, that was something that I really just found out in recent history. You know what I'm saying? Of something, and I think this is a part of the narrative coming from the devil. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, they don't tell us about how Martin Luther King failed in Chicago because they don't want us to you know, look at this nonviolent. They don't want us to look at this nonviolent strategy as ineffective. So they don't tell us that when he went to Chicago to organize labor, they ran him out of there. And it wasn't the Republicans, it was Mayor Daley and the Democrats that ran him out of there. As W said, yeah, we should look at dealing with all the 13 original colonies that became the states. They probably all got something there that we walk past, you know, but, you know, especially in the North, because there's this image that all of this stuff is, you know, yeah, I am, you know, on astrology, we was we was basically dealing with the science of one thing that I deal with is how over time people start to misunderstand the knowledge and wisdom that's at the root of their civilization. You know what I'm saying? And you start to take things that is not supposed to be, physical, you know what I'm saying, not supposed to be mundane and profane and these type of things, and we try to manifest them a different way. You know what I'm saying? So by the end of the Egyptian civilization, you know what I'm saying, the people didn't really understand what the founders was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And things can become, they become grafted, you know what I'm saying, into something that the people never meant that. You know what I'm saying? Like the people, the way they look at, say, Heru and Set and all, the way they looked at them was different. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at the animals and stuff on there, a lot of those animals not around right now. Maybe they're not around because they went extinct. Maybe not around. Maybe they're not around because some of them is animals like lions with dragon wings. Well, okay, maybe that existed and it don't exist right now, but we haven't found the remains of that. You know what I'm saying? The way I would see that is that that's something that was meant to convey an idea, the combination of two ideas, you know what I'm saying, in the way it would be manifest, on whatever cipher, you know what I mean? So that's basically kind of the conversation we was having about astrology, where, astrology, the basics of it is we dealing with, sun, moon, and star, man, woman, and child. The sun and moon have attracting power on our planet, you know what I'm saying? These things are real. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're saying that, this person is, going to be a thief because it says it in the horoscope section of the newspaper, that's not what they was talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's not really astrology. That's not the study of the stars. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that astrology is from the time when people actually live their life according to the atmosphere, meaning dudes wasn't like right now, when I plant my garden, right, at the school, I plant by the calendar. Like when they get February, March, I start talking up, with the people that I work with out there, look, we got to get our seeds together. Let's get in there and get, stuff cleaned up. Do we need new soil? Do we need worms? Do we need egg? You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, we start putting our stuff together, but we basing it on the calendar. As opposed to, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, people was basing what they was doing on the stars. When the sun was in a certain position in the sky, that's when they knew to put their crops in. You know what I'm saying? And now that we're in a different time, then you could tell me that astrology is just what you see in the newspaper. I suppose the discrepancy became he didn't accept, my view of astrology. You know what I'm saying? But this was also something that we spoke on yesterday in terms of, we was talking about the medicine man. The medicine man is a junkie, but in context. You see what I'm saying? He's somebody that go out and experiment with all types of substances. And he know how those substances affect you. And he know that, okay, look, if I give you this substance right here, it's going to put you down. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to go to rest. And while you rest, your body is going to have a chance to heal. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying? We have the bar in the room. He from the Yoruba culture. You know what I'm saying? And, voodoo, a lot of the African religions that people was dealing with, and I don't know, they could have been spooked out when they was over there too, but we know that they became more spooked out here, especially because they got combined with Roman Catholicism. You know what I'm saying? So, that was basically you know, the way I saw it, you know, he was trying to force me to look at astrology as only horoscopes, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, saying that, you know, you and this woman right here is going to be a good match because of this or that. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I'm saying that we exist in a solar system. And that system being balanced and being in equilibrium is because everything in it is having impact on everything else. You know what I'm saying? If you choose to misunderstand, you know what I'm saying, what is meant by that, you know, I don't think that should be the fault of astrology. You know what I'm saying? Or if people spook this science out, you know, the same thing, like, look, you know, the science of God is spooked out. Like, if you tell me that the whole science of God is what happens down at Mount Zion Baptist Church, I'm gonna tell you, nah, that don't got nothing to do with God. That's not the original science. You making something else that people start playing games, you trying to make that the science. And then after a while, I just seen that, you know, see, like how you talking about dealing with the research, he not really talking, not a builder. Now, I was born said that's something Sunni had spoke on. These people who deciphered these old languages were coming from the aspect and perspective of someone who believes in the mystery. So they interpret exactly. That's how I remember when I was saying that, you know, people bring their own misunderstanding and lack of knowledge and wisdom to a topic. You know what I'm saying? You know, they call it bias. You know what I'm saying? Where you trying to see things in the way that you see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, to give an example, you know, you see this story of Jesus as literal. So when you get to Egypt and you see the stories they telling, you want to put all of them in a literal sense, and then say, no, this could have never happened. So it's you know, they made it up. It's not as true as what we deal with. As W said, those animals, yeah, they misunderstood a lot of the teachings trying to search outside themselves, you know, because yeah, a lot of these animals, you know, you got half lion, half rhinos, half snake, half birds, you know, I am saying half birds, half gators, you know, that's to say that look, there's a characteristic in this bird and a characteristic in this gator, you know what I'm saying? People was much more in tune with the natural atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like that was one thing that people pointed out, that you know, astrology includes the earth in its study of celestial phenomena, whereas astronomy does not. Astronomy views the earth as that's a separate geography. That's a whole separate thing to them. Kareem came in. What's going on? D. Christian said horoscope is someone writing your history for you. They tell you play lotto numbers, but they or your relationship, what they say makes no sense. Yeah, that's the horoscope. But that's a scam. Like I said, you know, of course, we give away the signs for free. But you got to give up yourself and your time. For somebody to tell you, look, I'm gonna tell you the whole paragraph. I'm gonna tell you the whole truth in a half a paragraph for 35 cents or whatever the newspaper costs now, right? Of course, that's a scam. We from New York, man. You expect me to fall for that? Of course, that's a scam. But you can't get caught up in not understanding how the people saw themselves a part of the universe. Like, for instance, I keep saying get off of here. You know about Vesuvius Man? I think that's the name of it. That Leonardo da Vinci, he got the jump off with the man and he's standing inside the star. That was saying that man is the center of the universe. That man is connected to the universe and the universe is connected to man. Yeah, I am saying that's horoscope has nothing to do with astrology. Astro means star, ology means to study. Right, I am saying it right here. Everything about astrology deals with self, as above, so below, heaven, and the earth. You understand what I'm saying? He reads all those books, man. Yeah, you want to be listening to Miss Cleo. That's a scam. That's what I'm saying. You can't listen to the scam people and make that the rule. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, listen, if I try to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge, that's a scam. But that don't mean that the Brooklyn Bridge is fake or the money that you pay me for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the fortune cookies and all that stuff. Yeah, but that's what that was about. That's how people existed. You know what I'm saying? What you think the doggone was doing studying the Sirius star system? Think about that. That's not something you can, we just happen to glance up and saw that out the corner of our eye. The stuff they know about that, they had to be observing that for a millennium probably. That's not something that you know what I'm saying? This is something that people is connected to. You know what I'm saying? Like people know, like when you wash your clothes, you know what I'm saying? By a certain rain that's coming. A certain rain is going to come. This is science of how they make soap too. There's certain rain that comes and it washes certain nutrients down off the mountain and it gives the water a certain quality that it make your clothes cleaner. And that process that happens is a chemical process that happens. They isolated that process and that's how they make soap. It's called saponification. People was in tune with their environment much more then than now. You know what I'm saying? And also you dealing with the destruction of a lot of things. Like for instance, this is an example. I'm gonna give you an example. You know what I'm saying? Me and we from the Bronx, New York, right? Now everybody's seen the pictures of Bronx, New York, how it looked when me and him was growing up there, right? But how many people know that at one time the Bronx was a ritzy area of New York? The Grand Concourse was where the rich people, they used to have they side cribs in the Bronx on the Grand Concourse. All around the way, 167th, 161st, all of that, 170th, the Yankees, Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and all them cats, they used to rest around there. But when you look there now, it would be hard for you to accept. Infinite Satisfaction said the Sirius star only appears every 50 years. So in order for them to acknowledge the whole pattern, how many years they had to be doing analysis of that? But they had to say that that's what happens. So by the same token, right, you could go to, say you go to Africa right now, and they tell you that, in the past, we used to do these things and we used to accomplish all these great things over here. But what you're seeing is after a 800-year disaster. Like you know what I'm saying? Just imagine we looking at Katrina after a little 1 day, 2 day thing. We looking at New Orleans. We look at a city after an earthquake or we talking about an 800-year disaster that happens. And then you saying that, these people got to be making that up. There's no way they accomplished those great things because we looking at how it looks right now. See, I am saying, Eastchester was all Italians. There's lots of places like that. Look, the brothers that's out west and the brothers that's down south. There's farms where you pass there now, it's just some shacks over there. There was a historical events that occurred though. One thing that happened to those farms down south, like you on 95 or one of these highways, you see all those abandoned farms. See, when they built the highways and they built the exits. So now before you went from having a road where people could come right to your farm to now all the business is focused around the exits when you go into those rural areas. So if somebody tells you that, one time we had a farm here and we was growing all these crops, but you looking at it now, you like, what? This look like the forest. Or out west, I'm sure y'all see the different, the boom towns, the boom and bust towns. Where somebody might say, at one time, this was a silver mine over here, and the richest people in this state used to rest right around here. That's what you're seeing amongst the original man for the most part in general. And sometimes it causes us to discount the history that our people lived out. Because we looking at them now after 800 years of disaster. So it's the same thing, when we're looking at with other people. SW said same thing about to apply once they green light the reopening. Some things ain't going yet. And the way the new rules are set up, it's going to favor some companies and it's not going to favor other companies. Like I said, if you those expensive restaurants where, people spending a lot of money, so it's like exclusive. They don't have a whole lot of people in there. That's one thing. But if you in those restaurants where they packing people in, and just the logistics of things. And you always go to that restaurant. How you go to that restaurant and it's mad packed, the line is out the door. What's gonna happen now? When you can't get all the people in here. So there's and when that happens, people gonna say, yo, we thought these people over here, there was a restaurant. Yeah, there ain't no restaurant there now. So we got to be aware of this, man, when we studying these historic things. You understand what I'm saying? And, when I was younger, I was that way too. But just like I keep telling y'all in terms of masonry, at one time, the Masons was the 5%. They was the ones that was teaching the babies. The fraternity system and all that was about educating the youth so they could improve our communities. They had their way of doing it at that time based upon their environment. They in an environment where you could be hanged if you in the wrong place and they find out you know how to read. So that was the way they went about dealing with their science. In this day and time, because the knowledge is all out like this, and because it's already been the Civil Rights Act and we've increased, our freedom mentally, not, just talking about being on a plantation. Now, it would feel silly to us to walk around saying that we can steal in who God really is. We're not going to let people know that we know who God really is. I mean, that would be, imagine me, like if y'all saw me someplace and y'all said, peace, God, and I was like, shh, whoa, whoa, keep it down. Wouldn't y'all be like, God, you kind of ridiculous, God. You know you be on YouTube. you know you be on YouTube. You got like 90,000 views on there, right? Well, who you hide from, God? That would just be, So I'm in my time, and I'm coming to my time. I'm being the law in my time. But you have to learn how to respect people's knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Especially when you're dealing with a time like that, because like I said, whatever sciences you know about astronomy now, that first comes from astrology. Now, I was born said like Salt Lake City. I've seen that city grow through the years, riding the Greyhound back and forth from Cali. Yeah, we right. It works the other way too. Where like God Cyber Divine, if he's still in here, you know what I'm saying? God Cyber Divine will recall what I'm saying. I recall when you got off on Jamaica Avenue, when it was just a parking lot there. Like where they got the movie theater and the Gap and all that stuff. Like when you get off the train, is you in prime. It wasn't like that before. Lots of places like that. So like, yo, this, say, look, this places where I go where, look, it used to be the projects. And now it's all high rise over there. It works both ways. Where you got to see the knowledge and wisdom since something first was founded. You can't just base how, like Jesus' teachings. If you base Jesus' teachings on everything from what is it? When is the council on Nicaea? Why am I drawing a blank on that right now? Is it 335? Somebody in here correct me, tell me the correct year. But if you basing Jesus' teachings on everything that happened after the Council of Nicaea, I'm saying, then you believe his teachings are something totally different than what it really started as. 325 AD. Why did I say 335? Thanks for that, Kareem. Musaddiq says Chicago is very segregated. It should be the capital. I've heard of them turning Walmarts into FEMA concentration camps, and if you don't do what is told, you will die. I mean, they the way it is, like those malls that they in, the way those malls is kind of set off, and the way that the place is just kind of, it's just like a square box. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, yeah, I could very easily see a Walmart being turned into a dorm. You know what I'm saying? Like a dorm setting where you got people sitting on the floor, sleeping on the floor, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? And you got whatever supplies there. You already got the supply chain going because food, and clothes go to Walmart. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I could definitely see certain places where they tell people, yo, listen, report to the Walmart. It used to, I've been places like that. Like if you down south, it's a hurricane, they tell certain people, like, look, if your house is not sturdy enough where you think you can make it, go to the high school. Go to the low, they got certain buildings here. Go over there and they'll take care of you. Original C said Delaware is definitely one of those states where it was mostly farmers and now it's like a mini city. Still a lot of chicken plants and a lot of plantations in general. Yeah, that's the other side. That's what I noticed myself, Original Seed. I don't know the whole phenomenon of this, but what I know, I mostly know Delaware from 95. And I have noticed that when you go off from 95, that's a different Delaware. That's a different Delaware down there. Yeah, God Cyber Divine is saying, yeah, you remember that. Before the Magic Johnson movie theater and all of that was there, that's where you used to go. You used to go in the parking lot to catch the dollar cab. Like now they got all the dollar vans and everything lined up on the street and they got the licenses. Back then they didn't have no licenses. And they should just park in the parking lot like they was on the low. I remember those, you know what I'm saying? A lot of places. Look, I remember when it was 2 World Trade Center buildings. How about that? Now I was born at 125th Street, 42nd Street, Flatbush Extension. We can keep going about blocks that you will not recognize from the 80s. Kareem, you got that, you hit that on the head though, Kareem. One thing that ain't changed if you over there by Jamaica Center by the trade stop, is still over there. Dudes are still over there getting that money. I don't think nothing. Hey, look, they gonna have to do a whole lot of gentrification to change that. Fly Phrase said, yeah, the Council of Nicaea, they all had to come to agreement about who Jesus was or something like that and make the teachings unanimous all around and spread the word. Yeah. See, what's starting to be conflict in different parts of the empire. Some of the conflict was based on Christianity and the different understandings of Christianity. You had all the different people, the iconoclasts and the what you call those, the Gnostics and all these different people. You see what I'm saying? And it was already, and then on top of that, you just had conflict. That was one of the reasons for conflict. Like when you look at the Bible, that was the reason for the conflict. You got a different God than us. And our God told us that this is our homeland for thousands of years now. And your God told you to come over here and take it from us. So in order to alleviate all of that in the empire, who is just trying to, look, we need this thing settled so we can get this money. Let's put everybody on the same page and call it Christianity. Right. Knowledge born. In the projects, a lot of those buildings, yeah, it's fallout shelters in the basements because remember the projects is being built in the 40s, in the 50s, a lot of them. And that was at the height of the nuclear fallout shelters because America had just nuclear bombed some people and everybody was scared that it was going to happen back. But yeah, once again, man, let me go ahead and sign out. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, I'm gonna try to get on here early. You know, like I said, right now I still gotta cook my food. I'm gonna try to get in 100 burpees. You know what I'm saying? While my food is cooking. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow I'm gonna attempt to come on early. You know what I'm saying? Because I got some things I gotta go handle. Thursday, I'm not coming on. I've decided that Thursday I might as well take the day off. Let Sunez do what he do. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm gonna attempt to do is film some shows. So anybody that got any ideas, you got something you want to build on or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Hit me on the text, hit me on Instagram, you know, however you get in touch with me. And we'll set this up where I send you the link, you log on, and we do a show based on that topic. Chief said that's why the Catholics have the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed, which describes the beliefs in full. So yeah, anybody that got an idea or, you know, something you want to present, you know what I mean, something you think that, you know, would be beneficial for all of us to know. I'm going to try to get that brother too, the brother that got the farm. I hit him earlier, he hit me back. I'm going to see if I can get him on to give us a presentation. You know, he was talking about some other science too about, he got some science about growing food in a wooden barrel. So maybe he could come on and add on about that. Sunez got his own channel. I'm pretty sure his channel is Sunez Allah. And he broadcasts on 7 o'clock on Thursdays. So I figured, you know, I used to come on earlier. I used to do my live early or late, you know what I'm saying? But now I'm gonna just go ahead and then Thursday try to get some shows filmed that we can keep it bubbling, and that'll be that. But yeah, let me get off of here, man, and do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's still in here, if you ain't hit the like button for me, kick the like button. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who is checking this out on the rerun, if you make it this far through, do the each one, teach one, and hit the like button for me. And I will build with y'all tomorrow. Peace.